5 minute warning, 5 minute warning.
I was yesterday.
I
Yesterday
will.
morning, Fox Five.
Do you have a business card?
Yeah,
I
they
can,
came up and did their zip trip.
So I'll call you up, you can come up to the table, make your
First responder
presentation.
Friday.
If you have any handouts, whatever, you can give those to the secretary and he'll put them out for the people to pick them up. No, the secretary is in a maroon shirt off this side with the big screen TV. And then if you would hand me my charging cable, I'll just drop that. So I'll call you up shortly. Yeah. I told Charlie he's going to introduce him because I couldn't pronounce his name. Would you like to introduce him? I just gave it.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
I didn't hear it. Okay. So you want me just to...
I said 5 minute warning. 5 minute warning till we get started. That's all right.
Okay, so...
Lend him one of your hearing aids. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and...
So what we're going to do is we're going to call to order at 9. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we're going to call you up, and you're going to do your welcome. You're going to call the fire company up to do their welcome. You're going to call Susan up to do her welcome, and the county commissioner.
And the county commissioner.
Okay? And then after that, then we'll go to Lee Lutz recognizing everybody.
Okay.
And then when we get down here, officer's report, you'll give your report as president down at this point.
Okay. Now, when do you want me to give the plaque to the... Or the
When you
when I introduce them?
to come up and do their welcome, you give them the plaque. Okay? Not a problem. So how's your family doing with the loss and everything?
It's been a long week.
I bet.
Good morning.
Just got to keep an eye on
Sure. Well, I lost my mom last year. I lost my dad last year, and I never paid much credence. But I'll tell you what, when people think there's money to be had or there's property to be had or something, they do. Brothers and sisters fight openly, and it's ridiculous. It's crazy. I mean, I'm one of six, so it's a large family, but it's just my dad had a will. He had certain things he wanted done. My brother, who's in charge of the estate, doesn't want to be in charge of the estate. He's done nothing but complain and bellyache. And there's certain people that think that they have to have this thing from the house to remember who their parents were. And I'm like, I got a house full of furniture. I got money in the bank. I don't need anything. It's done and over. It's crazy. Good. Now, your dad's going to stay there, or he's going to go somewhere else? That goes to Snyder. Okay. Yeah, my dad, he had no intentions of putting my mom anywhere, and then when he got, he said the same thing. He wasn't going anywhere. I even tried years ago, I'm talking 27 years ago, to convince him to put an addition on so they could live on one level of the house because they lived in the Cape Cod. He said the house never had a mortgage on it. He's not going to put a mortgage on it. And so I did convince them to put a stair chair in so they could get up and down. But I mean, very easily they could have taken the living room and right off the kitchen, and they could have set it up that they could have had a bedroom and a sitting area where they could have, been able to live more comfortably, but wouldn't do it.
Yeah, this is all, technically it's the basement of this house.
Okay. Could y'all come to order, please? Grab a seat. We'll start our meeting. I ask for the chaplain to come up for pledge and invocation.
Good morning. Good morning. What a beautiful day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Before we go to prayer, I'd like to lift up the following individuals, and if there are any others, please let me know. Ron Watkins is still recovering. I don't know if you saw the post that made on Facebook yesterday, but progress being made, and that looks pretty good. Dan Stevens is having health issues, and he's in a nursing home recovering and doing rehab. Chaplain Fred Barr's wife passed away. Her funeral was just the other day. Chris May is still recovering. Keep him in his recovery. And Bill Faust had rotator cuff surgery, so he needs prayers for his recovery. Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, you have blessed us with a beautiful day today, Father, and we thank you for everyone who has made it a point to attend this meeting today. We thank you for their dedication to the MSFA and the LA MSFA. We thank you for all the hard work that goes into this behind the scenes before this meeting even happens, Father. And we just ask you to continue to lift up everyone here today, lift up the executive committee and the committee members and the committee chairs as we do the business for the MSFA today, Father. We ask you for the wisdom and knowledge we need to do the best for the fire service of the state of Maryland. Father, we lift up these prayer concerns we have. Continue to watch over them. Continue to watch after those who are responding on calls. Protect them and guide them. Bring them safely. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, some housekeeping rules. The exits are all clearly marked. The restrooms are in the back there. Again, there's a big sign for you to find it. If you have a cell phone, make sure it's on silent or vibrate, or make sure you have money to donate to Bessie Marshall when it goes off. I want to welcome all of you here. Thank you for traveling to President Simpson's second executive committee meeting, and I'm sure we'll have a very successful time. At this point, I'd like to introduce President Simpson so he can introduce some special guests and recognitions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. What a beautiful morning, a beautiful trip I'm sure all had to get to Pleasant Valley. It's a beautiful day. So I think we're going to have a good day today. I hope that all, if you need anything here at Pleasant Valley, the folks are walking around with the black polo shirts, and they'll be glad to help you and do whatever they can to make your day and stay here more pleasant. So I'd like to first have our president of the Pleasant Valley Community Fire Company, Mr. James Mora. Jim.
Good morning, everybody. Glad you could come today. Like Charlie said, if you need anything, just find one of us in these black polo shirts. We'd be more than happy to help you out. Hope you have a good meeting, and that's it.
Okay. President Mora, on behalf of the Maryland State Firefighters Association, I'd like to present this special recognition to Pleasant Valley Community Fire Company for hosting us this weekend and the hospitality we received. Along with that, I'd like to bring up our president of the Ladies Auxiliary for the Pleasant Valley Community Fire Company, Kim Thomas, say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. It is so wonderful to see so many faces that I only get to normally see in June, or the fall executive or the spring executive with us. So it's a pleasure to have you all with us here. We hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy our food and the fellowship, and then have a great business meeting.
So Kim, don't run off. By the same token, I have also special recognition to the Pleasant Valley Community Volunteer Fire Company Auxiliary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. At this point, I know that the second vice president for the Carroll County Volunteer Emergency Services Association is present. Susan Mott, if you would come up, please.
Good morning, everyone. I bring you greetings from the Carroll County Volunteer Emergency Services Association, and thank you all for what you do and how you support our volunteers in the state of Maryland. I hope you enjoy the day, and as a member of Pleasant Valley, I hope you enjoy your time here at our station. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. On behalf of the Carroll County government, present with us today is our Commissioner Vigalotti. Commissioner? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just two very, very brief things. On behalf of myself and the Board of County Commissioners, welcome to Carroll County. You are most welcome here. We could not exist as we do without our volunteers. And whether you are working on scene or behind the scenes, God knows how difficult it is, the jobs that you do, and God knows how necessary it is what you do. And God bless you for what you do. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. If I could have Roger Stanger come up and meet with me, I'd appreciate it very much. Roger, I must apologize for my error. Please forgive me, I'm new at this. But in Ocean City, traditionally, when the outgoing chairman of the executive committee finishes their term, the committee as a group takes up a small collection, and we present him with something we feel the chairman would get some type of satisfaction or appreciation. Everyone that sits at this table last year had an honor to work with you, and your leadership and your wisdom we all appreciated, and we knew you were leading us the right way, every time. So with the money that I collected, I went to the Fallen Firefighters Memorial in Emmitsburg, and I purchased a brick for you with your name, the year that you were president of this great organization, $5, Bessie Marshall in the back of the room, and chairman of the executive committee. So again, thank you for your leadership, your wisdom, your support, and everything that you've done for volunteers in Maryland for many, many years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. This is an honor and a privilege, but everybody in this room, along with all the executive committee up here, it's a team. So if we work together, we accomplish a lot of good things. Thank you.
Thank you again, sir. This time, we'll do the introduction of guests and attendees.
Good morning, everyone. Since this is my first time hopefully you'll give me a little bit of grace. I know I've messed up something, but we'll see what it is. With us today, officers, President Charles Simpson, Jr., First Vice President William Faust, Second Vice President is myself, Secretary Doyle Cox, Assistant Secretary Jean Aaron, Assistant Secretary Richard Coons, Assistant Treasurer Robert Jacobs, Financial Secretary Mitch Voke, Assistant Financial Secretary Bobby Aaron, Chief Chaplain Reverend John Long, Jr., Attorney Michael Farlow, Parliamentarian's Office, Parliamentarian Richard Brooks III, Parliamentarian Ken Bush. From the Executive Director Kate Lovelace, and Executive Assistant Lynn Hawkins. From the Executive Committee, Chairman Mark Bilger,
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chairman Malcolm Faust Jr.,
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chairman Vic Whipple,
Thank you, sir.
Ron Block, Steve Cox, Timothy Dayton, Dale Fishhack Jr., Chip Jewell, Bob Phillips, Doug Simpkins Jr.,
Yes, sir.
Randy Smith, Roger Stager Sr., Buddy Sutton,
Thank you, sir.
and the ex officio and past president, Skip Carey. Past presidents with us here today. From 1987-88, Robert Cumberland. From 1996-97, Stephen Cox. From 2000-2001, Roger Stager. 2002-2003, Gene Worthington. 2004-2005, Robert Jacobs. 2008-2009, Frank Underwood. 2010-2011, Doyle Cox. 2014-2015, Dave Keller. 2017-2018, Mark Bilger.
Thank you, sir.
2023-2024, Eric Smothers. And the immediate past president, Skip Carey, 2024-2025. Officers, oh, did I read the officers of the association yet? Not. I did read them, I just didn't read all of them. Trustees here today. Trustees Robbie Blackiston. Thank you, sir. Is that the only one? Did I miss anybody? Yep. Partners. Patrick Millette from Miffrey. Rebecca Gilmore from Shock Trauma. I think that's it for those. Where is he?
Mr. Vice President, Cindy Wright Johnson's here from MIMS.
Oh, I apologize, Cindy. Is that Russell here? Okay, I know I missed somebody from MDEM. Who is here? that I missed? Tom Brown? Okay. All right. Guess we have Susan Mott. She is the second vice president of the Carroll County Volunteer Emergency Services Association.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
And Joe Vigliotti, he is, I'm assuming, Carroll County Commissioner. All right. Also here today from the ladies, and Joan, would you come up and announce your people? Joan Kramer, president of the LA MSFA.
Good morning. We're delighted to be here this morning. In addition to myself, we have our Financial Secretary, Robin Shorb, our Corresponding Secretary, Sam Butterfield, our Historian, Kim Shelton, our Guard, Regina Melito, and our Bessie Marshall Co-Chair, Sharon Worthington. We have past presidents with us. We have Sharon Worthington, 1995-1996. Rose Padalfini, 2007-2008. You're welcome. And Sandy Lutz, 2010-2011. And that's it. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
All right, I'll give you my second vice president's report. It's not very long. I've only been in for a short time, but first off, let me thank all the current officers, President Simpson and First Vice President Faust, the Executive Committee, and all the past presidents for all the information you've offered me. I appreciate it, I welcome it, and I value it. Real quick, as I travel around the state, I'm keen to see some of the problems that are facing us, and I hope that I can be a part of the solutions to make this organization better and serve this great association better for the member companies and the members. I also have traveled to several out-of-state conventions, and as we listen to some of the things that go on there, they also seem to have pretty much the same problems we are. Everybody seems to have a recruitment problem. We need to redouble our efforts if we can to try and bring in more and younger people that can replace us as officers and members. And finally, I'd like to thank the Pleasant Valley people for putting on this executive committee. I know it takes a lot of work. Thank you. My report has been submitted electronically.
Thank you. Vice President Faust?
Lee, for your first time, you did a great job with the names, brother. I got your back. Good morning, President Simpson, Second Vice President Lutz, Executive Committee Chair Mark Bilger, and all the rest of the Executive Committee members, LAMSFA officers, and partners to the MSFA. I want to thank the officers and members of Pleasant Valley for their hospitality this weekend. First, I want to also thank all the members of the MSFA, LAMSFA, for their thoughts and well wishes on my surgery last week. As I've said in the past, what a great organization. I really mean family. I have to submit this. I have submitted my report electronically. Sorry it was late, but I had some IT issues at my house. My internet went down and I was just having problems. So I'm sorry, but it got submitted late yesterday. As for my report, I've been traveling all over the state and trying to go to every little thing. I've been through 2 parades. I've judged 1. I've been to a function to help with the Maryland Memorial Fund up here in Winfield. So if there's anything you need me at, especially now that I'm laid up, give me a call. If I have open time, I'll be more than happy to come and be a part to support the MSFA with anything you have in your function. Also, and when you get my report, you'll see we in Queen Anne's County, I've been in charge of for the past 14 years. We do a booth at our fair for recruitment and retention. And also on the Tuesday night of the fair, we do fireman games for kids. And last year, or this past 2 weeks ago, the 12th of August, I was lucky to have the MSFA Fire Prevention Queen, Miss Hawkins, there for the fireman games, and she got into it and had fun with the rest of the kids, and she was a great big help. So, Lynn, will you please let CC know that I do appreciate everything she did that day and being there to support. And that's all I have for my report. Again, I want to thank everybody. I'm not after today. I'm heading back home, so I won't be here for tomorrow's meeting. But if you need anything from me, please see me today, so I can get all that straight. Thank you.
And then President Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of housekeeping items to start off with before I do my report. The chairman of our data committee would like to know if anybody has any hotspots available, need any assistance with their hotspots or whatever, to see him. He's over next to the door over there under the exit sign, and he'd be glad to work with you there. The password at Pleasant Valley, under the Pleasant Valley guests, if you're looking on your network, the password is 2030 lowercase PVFC. So that'll get you into the Pleasant Valley guest network. And I guess the last item I have is, if you're trying to get into the MSFA.org website, for whatever reason it's down, nobody seems to know at this point, and I know that it's been referred. Hopefully we'll see that come back up. But that website is down. There is a thumb drive bouncing around with the electronic version of the reports that have been submitted. And if you need that, you can see also Richard Snyder over there. He can try to keep that up in the flow and get that to you. So good morning all, MSFA officers, executive committee members, and guests. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to Pleasant Valley. My report has been submitted electronically, and it is also available on the secretary's desk. To continue, just a few points regarding what's in the report. First I've got to thank the members of Pleasant Valley, the members of the Pleasant Valley Auxiliary, for a wonderful reception last night and a great breakfast this morning, as well as a beautiful place for hosting our event. As was said, they've done a lot of work. You can tell that we've got a great facility here, and we've got a museum on the far end that you're certainly welcome to tour the facility, look at the equipment, and see what we have here within the building. This particular facility was put up in 1983, and we definitely have done some work in this hall during COVID when it wasn't being used for anything else. So again, we welcome you all for that, and thank you. Also want to thank the members of the Reese Fire Department for their hosting of our Leadership Transition Conference. We did that on July the 26th. Went really well. We had a great turnout, a little better than 50 people, I believe, and the leadership had an opportunity to meet and greet and talk about some of our goals and objectives for the upcoming year. It was very successful, and I thank all those that were there and attended and participated in that. Since my since the 133rd convention in the Ocean City, I've done a lot of traveling, been around the state, spent a lot of hours representing the MSFA. I've had a couple very good experiences, Delaware, State Firefighters is coming up, and we'll be meeting with them. We attended the Cumberland Valley Association, attended the West Virginia Association meetings. Been pretty interesting. One of the common things that I've seen in all of these and has also been brought up is what are we doing to get more volunteers? And getting more volunteers isn't just the answer, but in a lot of cases we've got to get the volunteers, and we've got to look at somebody to take our place when we can't volunteer any longer. And so this is a couple things that all of the various associations are looking at. One of the great parts about my travels in the past month, I guess particularly, was I had the opportunity to go to Owings Mills Volunteer Fire Company in Baltimore County. Great experience. I knew many of the people there from past, particularly when I worked down in that area when I was with the phone company. And we had 2 members in that fire department receive their 70 and their 71-year membership award. Wow, 70 and 71 years active membership in the fire department. They were both there. They're both still active in the fire department. They're not driving the equipment anymore, but they are still helping out where they can. So it was pretty interesting, pretty rewarding just to see people and to see them get the appreciation, the recognition from their fellow volunteers. Big plus. So that's really kind of what I have. I'd like to thank those that have supported me so far this year in the actions, everything that we've been doing. Special thanks to the past presidents and certainly my officers, both Bill, Lee, and you folks on the executive committee. You've been a great help. We're moving forward. We've got a lot to do, but we're gonna get there, and we're gonna see volunteer rise within the state. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Executive Director Kate Lovelace and Lynn Hawkins.
Good morning. Chairman Bilger, executive committee members, officers, and guests. Obviously, the website is still down, so my report was sent in electronically, but I'll just briefly go over it. The MSFA thanks you for your support. The staff thanks you for your support. We move forward into the third quarter of 2025. Lynn and I have completed our convention reconciliations and follow-ups and look forward to another year of serving this association. We wish President Simpson, First Vice President Faust, and Second Vice President Lutz well in their upcoming year and look forward to serving you all and working with them on their initiatives. Congratulations also to Laurel President Vic Whipple on his appointment to the Executive Committee for Prince George's County. The couple of things that I had in my report was just the weekly reports. If there's anything that you need put in the weekly reports, or if there's additional contacts that you would like it sent to, please let me know. Usually the content is put into the report by Thursday or Friday of each week. During the summer, we usually do every other week because there's not really a ton of stuff going on, but I anticipate once the fall hits that we'll be going back to weekly reports. I have been using the credentials list, especially now from the updated convention, so this way it's going to all of the presidents and chiefs of every department. The annual reports have been filed. You'll find on your desk the budget letter to the governor. President Simpson asked that all of you receive a copy, so everyone is aware of what the MSFA is requesting from the governor this year. It's also been requested that the letter be posted in the Trumpet, so I'll be getting that over to Jonathan. And we really want to make sure that the companies know what the MSFA is doing, especially on the legislative level and funding level with the state for them. So if you can please share this information with your departments, make sure that they're aware what we're asking for. It includes VCAF, it includes EMSOF, all the things that we ask for from the governor's office. The other annual reports that have been filed was the annual VCAF report, thanks to Craig Harmon, who gives a really comprehensive report that we send over to the Department of Legislative Affairs in Baltimore and the Department of Legislative Services in Annapolis. The last request was the release of funding to MDEM, which has been released to the Treasurer's Office. Nearest, I'm not going to touch Nearest because we have the State Fire Marshal here, or we'll be reporting on that, but the rollout is coming up in September. We've been pushing a lot of information on social media and through the weekly report. So it's coming. Within the next couple of weeks, some of the departments will start seeing the rollout, and we just want to make sure that everyone's prepared. We did get a couple of questions out of Prince George's County over the weekend. I guess there's been, some of the FAQ sessions that are being posted, and they want to make sure that people who have questions are attending those FAQ sessions that are coming up, so there are no issues as we roll out the new system. Convention survey, we'll go over that when we go over our convention report. SAFER is slotted to end November 30th, so we are closing out strong. I did meet with Ron. We went over our budgets. Everything seems to be in line between us and the MFCA to finish our SAFER grant with no money left over, which is also always good, not to turn any money back to the federal government. We do have a couple of projects still remaining. We have the Federation of Chaplains Conference in October, and the Maryland Fire Chiefs have a couple of more trainings that they want to finish out. FEMA has not yet awarded any FY24 awards that I'm aware of yet. I keep watching the FEMA Go website just to make sure. I haven't seen anything. I'll double check again today. We thought they were going to start announcing Monday, but we haven't seen anything yet. We did put in our application. We are hopeful to receive a new FEMA grant once this cycle completes. It was just over $2.3 million that we requested. Several of the projects include 4 contractors, which would be a full-time grant manager, part-time recruitment event coordinator, website leads manager, and the website technician. The continuation of reimbursement for mileage for CTE high school students and corresponding marketing to help boost those programs around the state. Last year we had, for the last 4 years, we've had a few counties that have participated, so we're hoping that we can increase that to additional participation. We also have a comprehensive statewide marketing initiative similar to the last 4 years with roadside marketing, online campaigns, new digital opportunities with cell phone platforms, and also partnering with the NVA. Additionally, funding will cover an outsourced statewide needs assessment, education materials, more of the Maryland Fire Chiefs leadership training, and of course the MSFA membership training. That's all I have for today. If anybody needs anything, the office is here to help. Anything that you may need, please let us know. We look forward to working with you all for 2024 and 2025, 2026. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions from any of the members of the executive board?
Lynn, do you have anything?
We're out of tags.
Oh, and we're out. The tags are out on hold. Okay, so tags are on hold, so any applications that come in will be held until the MVA has a new supply. And we'll make that announcement in the weekly report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary's office?
Good morning. I guess, is this on? Mr. Chairman, before you have a copy of my report. Before it was on. Okay, thank you. It was sent electronically, but it had a couple things. First of all, I would like to pass on the condolences to Richard Coons on the loss of his mother. our thoughts are with you. Mr. Chairman, bring you an update on the registration, the credentials of the member companies. We have a total of 367 member companies, which consist of 345 active members, 20 associate members, and 2 sustaining members. Of those, 230 of them, only 230 of them, registered at the ocean this year. On the credentials, one of the questions that we asked was the number of volunteers that they have in their departments. As reported so far, 14,883 active responding members, 11,951 associate or non-responding volunteers, for a total of 26,834 members. We still have approximately 20 companies that has not submitted their credentials. In the process of, or have sent out letters to each one of the 20 to basically fill out the credentials, send it back to me, and I will get it on the web page. Later on today or tomorrow, I will send each of you a copy of the individual companies that has not submitted. Mr. Chairman, one of your action items for today is the approval of the June the 15th, 17th, and 18th minutes from the ocean.
Yeah, we'll take those up tomorrow under action items.
When we was at the ocean, when we was at the transitional meeting, copies of the proceedings book was given out, along with each company received in the mail 2 copies. Each officer received 2 copies. But if anyone needs any proceedings book, come back to the desk. We have plenty of copies back there to give out. If you want to take enough to pass out to committee members or whoever, go for it. Also today, Assistant Secretary Aaron has been contacting each of you to sign your form on appointed officers, the whistleblower policies, and so on. So if you haven't turned those in, please get those in. The 2526 directory has been distributed also. Anyone that needs copies, please come back and take copies with you to hand out at your company or county associations or whatever. Anniversaries, as always, you know, the association is here to recognize the companies or individuals for their anniversaries, 75, 100, 150, 200, whatever. Yeah, let us know. We can get the appropriate certificates or plaques or whatever to give out. With that, on a personal note, I would like to thank each and every one of you for the calls, for the cards that you sent, that I received during the little mishap that I had prior to the convention. I apologize, but I wasn't there for the full convention. I would spend a couple hours and go back and take it easy. But again, it helps with the cards and the phone calls. So again, thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, any questions?
Any of the members of the executive have questions for the Secretary's office? Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Financial Secretary Mitch Vogt.
Check, check.
Okay, is it working? No. We'll leave this one here. Morning, everyone. As far as the financial secretary's report, it will be concerning dues. So far, everyone has paid. I did get a couple in after convention. The only company we have left that's really active is Boulevard Heights, and I'm working with the president with the assistance of Vic. And we have contacted the president, sent them a second invoice by email, or actually fourth invoice, this one by email directly to her, and she's working on payment. I checked yesterday at the post office, so I hadn't gotten it yet, but this just occurred this past week, so I should have it next week. Two companies that were active, Luke in Allegheny, along with Georges Creek EMS. I don't know if Tim wants to elaborate, but in discussion with him, Luke and Georges Creek have both basically disbanded. So, and then in the associate membership category, Citizens Volunteer Fire Company, which literally is 3 minutes from my house in Pennsylvania, talked to them. They are not going to pay the dues. They want to drop their membership. And the International Association of Arson Investigators have received, well, I can't say they received them. I have sent them 3 invoices throughout since January and have not responded back at all. So, Tim, did you want, where you're over here, anything you want to add to those two in Allegheny?
Luke basically disbanded when the paper mill closed. Westernport inherited that area. Georges Creek went to the county probably around a year ago and let them know that they were no longer going to be able to provide EMS service to that area. So the county's working to take over that station and man it with career staff. So those both are fine. Yep.
You might want to check with the Fire Marshal's office about the International Association. They may be able to give you a better address or contact if you want to go that far. But you know.
Is Jason here today?
He is not. Teresa will be here tomorrow, but nobody, yeah. Jason won't be here at all this weekend.
Well, I talked to one of the fire marshals out of the Bel Air office, and he did tell me he was kind of surprised that the International Association, he thought maybe it was more appropriate that the local association be a member of. He was kind of surprised that the International Association was. So I did contact the Bel Air office, but no guidance, you know, as far as who to contact.
I checked with Jason, and then I'd also give an application to the local guys and tell them they're welcome to join.
Right. So I guess whether you want to do it now or under action items, we're going to recommend that Luke and Georges Creek and Citizens, those 3 be removed from the rolls.
We'll take care of it tomorrow in their action item.
Okay. Then on to the inventory. Bobby Aaron has reported all the inventory is up to date. She is requesting that all credit card receipts, especially those before June the 30th, get to her ASAP. June 30th, it was the deadline for the fiscal year, and the auditors are going to start, so she needs that justification for the auditors. Okay, any questions? That's my report.
Gentlemen, questions? We'll hear from the chaplain now.
All right.
Good morning again. So far, next year's memorial service, we only have one special tribute, and that's Donald Moultrie from Hyattsville. I'm still working with the IT folks to get the memorial page search engine fixed. Right now, you can only search for a name, and he's trying to fix it so you can search by company name and also by county name, so you can get a whole list for your company and in your county. I'm still submitting updates to the IT folks for the behavioral health resources page. Thursday, when I was at the hospital, I I was introduced to a couple new recruits at Anne Arundel County who are doing ride-alongs. One of the guys, after I was introduced to me, he thanked me. Evidently, he was a volunteer in Pennsylvania. He still is a volunteer, but he was having some issues before he got hired by the county, and he found the website with our resources on it, and he said it helped him out immensely. So that was pretty good to get that information from someone who's new to the state. In September, I'll be going to the National Volunteer Fire Council meeting in Rapid City, South Dakota. In October, I'll be going to the Federation of Fire Chaplains annual conference in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I'll be installed as the president this year for the Federation of Fire Chaplains. The chaplains are here to help. Anything you need, we're glad to help you. I also have, for the Maryland Last team, we have our new challenge coins for 2025. If anybody would like to support the Maryland Last team, the coins are only $20 a piece. See me at the table, I have the coins. And remember, if you have a member funeral and you need assistance, we do have our trailer that has the platforms in it for loading and loading off your apparatus, and we'll be glad to come out and help you anytime.
Thank you. Any questions for the chaplain? Congratulations on your new position.
Thanks.
The attorney.
I'm here to serve. Questions? Thank you.
He gave me guidance on the whistleblower policy, so you might want to check with him before you sign it. Office of Parliamentarian, sir.
I hope yours is just as quick.
It will be.
Thought it might be appropriate for us to step off this administration on the right foot with all the parliamentarians here. Mr. Bush is coming back to his seat, Mr. Woods, myself. We're here to serve. We will act at your discretion, Mr. Chairman, or whoever is filling in for the chair, and certainly the president. One of the things that in my conversations in at least the past couple of months, I found myself telling people I'm way out of my element. My degree is in fire science. It is not in judicial law. And I have told them they need to contact an attorney, all right, for that. And that hasn't really happened before. But I guess in today's world, things just get a little bit more complicated sometimes, and they need to hear that from somebody. So with that, gentlemen, anything? Mr. Bush? Mr. Wood?
I don't have anything to add, thank you.
All right. Here at your discretion to serve.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your service.
And that's Mr. Farlow's time that I used. All right, just so.
So you want part of his salary. Before we get started with the partners report, I'd ask that you take time to listen to Mr. Will Titus, who's here today to give us a short presentation. Mr. Titus? He was here a minute ago. Mr. Titus. He got shy and ran.
Is he a skinnier guy with black hair?
Yes, sir.
I think he was.
Okay. All right. Well, that's not him because that doesn't have no hair on it. All right. We'll go ahead with the partners meeting. Oh, here he is. Mr. Titus, we're ready for you. Yes, sir. Yeah, he gave us. Mr. Titus, you can sit right here, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hi, good morning, folks. My name is Will. I'm a lieutenant from the Pennington Fire Company in Pennington, New Jersey. And outside the firehouse, I work on the team at Garage. Garage is a marketplace built to help fire departments exchange used apparatus and equipment. And first, I'd like to thank Chairman Bilger and Executive Director Lovelace and the MFSA for allowing me to take a couple minutes to tell you a little bit about what we do. We're proud to support the Maryland State Firefighters Association, and I'm pleased to share that Garage is making a $250 donation to MSFA's scholarship program to support the next generation of Maryland's fire service. Some of you may have heard of Garage before. We're basically eBay for fire apparatus and equipment. Our goal is to efficiently get your used trucks in the hands of a fire department that needs it. We were founded a few years ago by a Delaware fireman who was frustrated by the process of buying and selling his department's used trucks and wanted to provide a better experience for fire chiefs and fire departments around the country. Since then, we've grown quite a lot. Thousands of chiefs from across the country visit our site daily, and we sell between 1 to 4 trucks a day to fire departments across the U.S., so we're pretty busy. In addition to our marketplace, we offer instant freight, financing and warranty for buyers, and for sellers, we can help with appraisals, picture taking, listing creation, payment processing, and paperwork. Now, what makes us different from our competitors is our focus on service, value, and our customer experience. We're not a clone of other platforms that are out there today. In fact, we were started because of those other platforms that are out there today. We're fireman owned and operated, and our customer success is personal to us. Departments usually come to us when they're replacing a truck or consolidating their fleet, and they want to get a high value for their truck so that they can use those funds to cover other items in their budget that they really need, like gear or a new truck. And we start by providing a free appraisal. From there, we can save you time by managing the entire sales process so that you don't have to. And we leverage nationwide exposure to help you get the highest possible price for your truck, which gives you the most money to be able to put back into your budget. We worked with one department out in Magnolia in Texas. This is one of my favorite stories. So they had 4 tankers that they thought together were only worth $100,000. We were able to come in, talk to them, appraise their trucks, and we were able to sell each tanker for them for $200,000, allowing them to take home nearly $800,000 that they were able to put towards training, PPE, and new trucks. And for Magnolia, like with all of our customers, we take care of the whole process. We come in, we get the listing set up, we take photos if you need them, do all the marketing, get the word out, and then we take care of the logistics when it comes to things like freight, financing, and warranty. And as a fireman myself, I know how hard it is these days, especially as volunteers, to find time to take care of selling our old trucks when we need to be focusing on things like recruitment, operations, training. And it seems like, at least at my department, that the budget keeps shrinking. And I don't know about you guys, but we never have enough money when it comes to things like classes, gear, PPE, all that stuff. And so I'm happy to work with Garage because we're able to take that work off the hands of chiefs so that they're able to focus on what's more important, and we're able to help departments get more money that they can put back into their budget. Our fees are also really simple. If you sell with an auction, as a seller, you'd pay no fees. If you sell if you sell with a set price, then we would charge a success fee equal to 10% of the final sales price. That's the only fee we charge. You can still list on other platforms, so there's no risk at all to the departments we work with. I'll close with just 2 quick stories that I like to tell. One is from Chief LaChance up in the city of Burlington, Vermont Fire Department, who we work with. These guys appraised their truck with us for free and learned that their 2011 engine was worth multiples more than what they'd gotten for past offers. They were able to sell their truck to a Texas department that needed it for $100,000, far more than they expected to receive, and they now list their entire surplus fleet with us. We're proud to be able to help them to make millions of dollars off of our marketplace that they've been able to put back towards training, equipment, and apparatus for their guys. And then more locally, a colleague of mine actually just met with the Boonesboro Fire Department. He came down from New York, met with them, took photos, ran through an appraisal, was able to attend their commissioners meeting to chat with them about how we can help. They have a 2002 Pierce Dash that's listed with us, and we already have some interested buyers getting in touch. So thank you guys again for your time. I'll have some materials that I'll leave with the secretary if anyone's interested in learning more, and I'll be around for lunch if anyone's interested and has any questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Titus, for your donation and for being here today sharing your information. Were there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, as Vice Chair of the MSFA Scholarship Committee, I'd like to thank this gentleman for his donation to the scholarship. Of course. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Cox?
Not a question, a comment. I have a tower in service. Here's my card. I'll take it out of service today if you sell it. The new one's sitting next to it.
Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. Our website is withgarage.com. With Garage, yep, yes, sir.
Go ahead, Kate.
The website's back up.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move into our State Partners report. Mr. Marlette, would you come forward, please, from MIFRE?
Mr. Chairman, members, officers, on behalf of Mike Cox, who could not be here today because he's on travel, he sends his best wishes everyone, especially the new officers, a great year, and we look forward to working with everyone this year. Mike's report was filed electronically. I'll go over just a couple items. The first is one that everybody seems to be most interested in, is the success of the EMT program. We're now at 84%, and that's based on 570 students and 59 classes. We still have a few classes left to test, and as soon as they get tested, we'll have the information for you for your next meeting. Our average is 82%. The National Registry, after multiple attempts, we only have the data back for 2 attempts, is 74%. We have some personnel changes in Southern Maryland. Ed Rashinkas is acting coordinator there. In state programs, Jeff Fleming is the Western and Southern manager, and the planning chief is Bob Midkiff. We had an opening with Diane May, unfortunately retiring, so we're in the process of filling that. We have a new staff person up at Northeast Regional Training Center, and I believe that person was selected this week?
Yes.
Okay.
September 1st.
Okay, she'll be starting September 1st. Our planning section is in the process of reviewing. You know, we have to review and update the programs every time there is a change in the standard. Over the next year, they'll be doing about 20 programs with either readopting those programs, but mostly updating them and getting those back out. MIFRE is in the strategic planning process. We did a strategic plan about 5 years ago, and we're now updating it. Some of you may have received information asking for some input on some surveys. If not, you will be receiving those. Our staff is currently completing the self-assessment, and the actual event, the planning section, planning meeting, will take place in the fall. We are always recruiting for new instructors. And if you know of people that are interested, please put them in touch with our regional offices or anyone at MIFRE, and we'll be glad to have their interest and hopefully work with them to get them certified as instructors. Instructor skills. Often we're asked, why do I have to come to College Park? Well, we do have statewide instructor skills scheduled for September 20 and 21st is the enhancement. October 4 and 5 is the actual skills testing. They do not have to come to us. We will come to them. However, we need to have enough. We cannot go out for 1 or 2 people. So we will be glad if there's a group anywhere in the state to go out and do a skills program. The MICRB has at their most recent meeting, we had 792 emergency services instructors, 268 instructor evaluators, 16 instructor trainers. Okay? And the date that you have there is, the dates are actually wrong. So in your report, it says that the meeting is May 14th. Actually, the meeting was July. So I apologize for that. instructor trainer issues, one that you may be familiar with. I know Mike has briefed you in the past, and that is a modification to COMAR so that we can find another path for instructor trainers. And that has gone through. We've finally gotten the response from the commission on that. Strong support, and we thank the Council Academies and the Metro Chiefs for their strong support in making that modification. And we look forward to that being presented to the State Board for Higher Education later this year. You may have heard some issues about EMT testing. There was a mix-up, and this was not a MIFRE issue, this was not a MIMS issue, this is a National Registry issue, that people were having problems signing up for testing. That has been resolved. Earlier this week, that situation was resolved. Our budget process has started. I'm sure you've heard, if you listen to any media, the governor has said there's no money, and we are required to submit a no-growth budget, and we should not expect any new initiatives. This is now the third year that we've had those same directions. We're working with UL, Underwriters Labs people, to develop 2 new training props. One will be in fire dynamics, and the other is in water mapping. Both of those props have been developed by UL. They're excellent, excellent tools. We look forward to getting at least the initial ones established, and where possible, we will put them throughout the state. The previous federal administration had begun a process to readdress the OSHA regulations that cover emergency response. We still are heavily involved with the state in working within Maryland on the OSHA 1910-156 standard. However, we do not know what the response is going to be, because although it's been slowed, there's no response yet from the feds on what they're actually going to do or pursue with that. We definitely want to make sure, and I know most of you want to make sure, that what other changes are proposed, that the fire companies can reasonably accommodate those without any undue hardship. Are there any questions?
Just a couple real quick. In the past, Director Cox has reported on, and yourself and past President Cox reported on issues with the students when they register. They would register for multiple classes, they'll get into one and they'll forget to pull out of the other class, which results maybe in the class canceling. You also talk about students returning books that were never opened, still wrapped in cellophane. And I know that your folks have been traveling the state, as I do, for my job, and they have been bringing these items up to the attention of the membership departments. Have we seen any improvement in that, or is that still an issue that your folks have to deal with on a regular basis?
Well, it's an ongoing issue, I can assure you that. And we haven't fixed those problems yet. As
we continue to address it.
We continue. I don't know that there's been any substantial improvement.
Sure.
They do exist. And it's very difficult to tell to someone, they're looking to get into a class. So they're going to submit an application anywhere there is, or they'll, in some cases, will submit applications for multiple different classes because they're trying to get in one. And we want to encourage that. At the same time, it does create some administrative challenges for us. As far as the students, we can give them the books. Okay? We can give them the access to the online programs. If they use these tools, they will be successful. I can assure you of that. If they do not use the tools, the likelihood of them being successful is greatly diminished. But only they can make the choice to actually use the tools that are provided. We're looking for creative ways to get their involvement and to encourage them to do it. Any help and locally, that's where it would be most helpful, is if the local fire company or the local training officer would engage with the people that are in the classes to ask them questions, to maybe even if you have 2 or 3 people, schedule some study sessions where they get there and they participate in that. We know that that will enhance their success.
And that was my hope of bringing the information forward today, is to remind the members of the executive committee to take that word back again to the local jurisdictions. And I know a great story that Ron Sonicky tells, that he had gotten grant money for a program at his facility. He bought computers, he got mentors, and he put a EMT class through, and they got 100% pass. But again, his department, their leadership took the time to invest in their members and supported them. And the other question, in the past, I know MIFRE has been very successful with grants. Any word on any grants that you may be able to get or have applied for?
We're in the same boat as everyone else, waiting to see. We have our applications in for Fire Act. We are waiting to see if the feds are going to honor the set aside for state training. And if they do, whether or not we were successful, but we have not, as of this time, heard back.
Very good. Are any questions from any members? I'm sorry, go ahead, Chief Phillips.
Yes, sir. About a month or so ago, I'll just call it an email blast, went out having to do with an academy-style training program that was going to take place on the Eastern Shore. Any further information on that?
Steve is heavily involved in that, so I'll let him address that specifically.
That's a program that Secretary Montero came to MIFRE and talked to us. It's a program designed to keep people in Maryland. Ideally, it's for those individuals 18 years to 24 years of age, so that they can receive the training and then obtain full-time employment in the state of Maryland. Director Cox did meet with the fire chief of Ocean City and the fire chief of Salisbury and identified that we could possibly do a class there on the lower shore, and hopefully those individuals after the 9 months would obtain a job with either of those departments, or possibly with some of the other departments that maybe hire 1 or 2 people. It would provide training. They'd have firefighter 1, firefighter 2, EVOC, pumps, and EMT. During that particular time, the state of Maryland pays them $15 an hour to obtain the training.
Is it still going? I realize it came out of the governor's office. But
Yes.
is it still working towards getting this to take place?
Yes, as a matter of fact, last week we interviewed 18 people, and we're accepting 8. We have given those letters of acceptance or invitations to those individuals, and as of last evening, 6 of them have accepted.
Is the program still open for application?
No.
Okay.
No, mainly because the program starts September 10th, and in addition, since the departments do not have openings right now, MIFRE is going to hire those people. The state's going to pay MIFRE to pay them, and to get them on the payroll and have them so that everything works out for the 15th, we had to close it as of this week.
Thank you.
For the record, what's the name of the program from the governor's office? He asked me. It's his fault.
What's the question again?
What is the name of the program?
When I get to my computer, I'll give it to you.
Okay. And I believe the city of Annapolis is doing something similar.
They're doing the program also.
Yeah, I remember one of the meetings that they had talked about that. And again, the goal and objective was that I think the city of Annapolis will put on the training, but again, they're not guaranteeing anyone a job, but they're hoping that jurisdictions around them would be willing to hire these individuals.
That's correct.
Are there any other questions from the executive board members? I'm sorry, Chief Staker, go ahead.
Turn red again. I had a follow-up question for what Chief Phillips asked. It sounds like a great program. We were advised at a Wycomico meeting the other night that they had 70 applications or put in for it, and you only had 10 openings, but that's not a correct number.
That's not
Okay.
correct. We,
Okay, thank you.
we had a total of 16, and we interviewed everyone that applied, and like I say, we're accepting 8.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a great program because I know on the Lower Eastern Shore, the 3 counties I represent are always looking for somebody for especially EMS service, but far along as well. Thank you.
The one thing on the Lower Shore, when it comes time for practical, we are going to need assistance with apparatus to conduct that. And I know sometimes departments have no problem supporting the class when they have members in the class. This is a little different, and certainly appreciate your support.
Okay. Gina, go ahead.
Good morning. I do have a question for Mitfrey. I know that there was a concern that was brought up about people returning textbooks and cellophane and whatnot, but one thing that we discussed after our EMS meeting last week was, is there any way to see statistics on folks that are actually using the e-books that are provided within class? Is there a way to run a report on that if they're actually using that material that is provided to them?
We can give the data on the people that accessed it. It's much more difficult when you say actually used it, because what happens is they go and sign on once. We know this, those that do use it are going to be successful.
Absolutely.
And to the extent that you can encourage your people and you can encourage the departments to encourage their people that this is a great tool, but they actually have to use it. But what we end up seeing is, and we end up paying for them the day they, as soon as they sign on. And we know that some sign on and never go back. Some do, and they do well.
Is there a way to see how much time they're spending in the ebook? Like, is there a way to run that kind of report?
I don't know that specifically. Steve, do you know whether or not we can address specific amount of time on there?
It'll take a little bit of work.
That's fine. But I'm just curious to see if maybe that might, obviously you can tell if somebody just simply logged in.
Yes.
And that's it, and they spent a minute in there, versus somebody who was in there for a couple hours, that you could tell that they were actually reading the material in the textbook to kind of, I get the cellophane, but the generation coming in now is more technology savvy. No offense, everyone. They're more tech savvy, but they might use that and be able to take notes within that themselves, how they're used to, because that's the generation they were brought up in, where a lot of the schools would provide, Chromebooks and iPads and whatnot to them. So all their textbooks were electronic. Even some colleges in general are moving away from paper textbooks as a whole, strictly to online ebooks that they can jot notes in. So I'm curious to see if there's a correlation with the ones that are failing or not successful and not spending the time in the book period versus the ones that might be using the ebook that we're not capturing.
We haven't captured that in the past, but what we have been monitoring is when they take the practice quizzes, how long they're on the quiz. And we can tell you that we have some people that finish a 20-question quiz in 10 minutes. They're not successful.
Yep. Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, I'm just curious to see if there's a correlation with the generation coming in now using the electronic versions that are available to them.
Before you sit down, would you give the secretary your name and your title with the MSFA?
Yes, Gina Panarella, Vice Chair for EMS.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the Secretary, it's the Maryland Department of Service and Civic Innovation.
Mr. Dayton, go ahead.
Pat?
Yes.
The key points you just brought out, and Steve, that you can assure the departments these people will be successful. We're only talking about 3 or 4 things that you were talking about. Can you give that information to Kate and Jonathan and let them put it, 1, in the weekly the report that goes out?
Yes.
And 2, Jonathan can stick a note in for the departments that, you know, if you want your people to be successful, here are some key points you as a department need to engage with them.
We can put together a little package that'll say, go down, do these things, and we can specifically address firefighter 1 and EMT particularly.
That'd be great.
And also, when the student signs on the Canvas, the very first document that they sign, they read and sign, it tells them everything you're asking for. So it'll be easy to supply that.
Yeah, I think, was it Diane did the class for like the instructors and stuff like that, but I don't think they were very well attended across the state. I learned a lot from sitting in there what to encourage these people to do. But I think the more we can get that out to the chiefs and the training officers, and I think that may help to encourage them to be a little bit more involved. Show me this in Canvas, or show me this in whatever. And I think the students then are going to say, well, hey, he does know what he does know what he's talking about. He does know how to help me.
Yes.
Mr. Tome.
Good morning. Wayne Tome, Chair of the EMS Committee. Couple things that we found recently is the time to class completion and people getting their grades or the research. We had a case where we had an EMT refresher that was held at APG, and a couple members of our company that also work at APG, they didn't get their results and get their cards till after the 1st of July when they expired. We reassured them, worked through the process, but it seems like there should be a quicker way, and I'd like to thank Steve for helping us with a guy who took a class, and several months later he finally got his results for rescue tech. So, you know, we hear things out there that until the instructor gets paid, he doesn't turn in the results, you know, different things like that, that you hear occur, and we hope that's not truthful, but they say that they're not getting paid, so they don't follow through with passing on the information until they get paid, the instructors. So that needs to be cleaned up. The other thing that troubles me is I hear that the credentialing for regional coordinators is such that you have to have a degree. And I think that holds you up because there are good people out there that can be regional coordinators, but they can't be full regional coordinators because they don't have a college degree. We had a guy who came to Cecil County one time with a master's degree. The first time he couldn't even figure out how to get there, so he just turned around and went back. And then, you know, he finally showed up the last time and he didn't even know what he was talking about. So a degree really doesn't do anything for you as far as what the needs of the constituency is, in my mind. If they have the credentials and the background to be able to deal with the job, I think you need to look at a change there, because we've been through so many regional coordinators in Northeast that it's no consistency. And they're good people, I think, that are out there. I personally know Eddie Rachinskis, and I know he's a ball of fire, but he doesn't have a degree, so he's an acting coordinator. So, you know, that really needs to be looked at, and whether the MSFA needs to support Memphis in a change there, because I understand the university is the holdup with that credentialing. You know, maybe we need to weigh in on that.
That's an excellent point, Wayne. We're aware of it. We're working on it. And we are proposing some changes to allow people like Ed to qualify. One of our challenges is when you put them into the university community, in order to be in certain classifications, there are certain requirements. We have asked for, and I think we will be successful in getting, degree or experience. So we are working on that, and Ed is one person we definitely do not want to lose under any circumstances, and there are others just like him.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Any more comments from our partners? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
This time we'll have MIMS. Cindy Wright Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Wright Johnson. I am your Risk Watch Subcommittee Chair and the EMS for Children's Director for the Secretary, but I represent both Dr. Ted Delbridge and Dr. Tim Chismar today, both of whom are working clinically in 2 different states and not able to be here. Their report was submitted electronically. I have some highlights from Dr. Delbridge, and I'm happy to answer the questions I am capable of answering or taking any notes. It's already been stated, I think, by 3 people. It will probably be stated 10 more times before we leave tomorrow that we are all under fiscal constraints. MIMS is working very carefully on expenses. As you are aware, I believe all of the positions in state government are frozen. Even our contract positions are frozen if they are emptied. So there's a lot of cross coverage. Things are going very well. It has been a busy summer, and as we move into fall, we continue to collaborate together. They are working on the cardiac arrest matching devices. There's approximately $4 million have been allocated over the last 10 years, and those include both AEDs as well as to support the ALS monitor defibrillators. There's a long communications report. The 2 highlights is that they are working with Talbot County on the Region 4 EMRC and looking on the various changes that are going in within Talbot County to make sure that goes smoothly for the Region 4 EMRC. And they are upgrading communications projects across the state. Government Affairs is working to streamline and clarify. It seems that every year or every 2 years there is a new bill that is passed and signed about where public access AEDs should be. That is great for our citizens. The more access we have to AEDs, the more lives we can save. So they are working to streamline that, working with various locations, including grocery stores and now libraries. The next version of the protocol app is being updated. It is already live for the current protocols. It is working on both Android and iPhone. There is going to be a built-in series of calculators for some of the scoring that our EMS clinicians have to do, and that will be the most recent upgrade. The protocols are out. They went into effect July 1st. There are a number of changes within those, and the protocol committee continues to work really around the year, but we meet every 2 months on making sure that we're expanding the practice as appropriate, but where there are resources. I will be honest, in my full-time job as the EMS for Children's Coordinator, Dr. Jen Anders and I are also part of trimming the protocol pages. We're trying to get down below 400, but also enhancing the care our children get, and that is our task. They are lots of work and lots of communication has gone out over the last month in partnership with MIFRI on the EMT recertification process. There are handouts in the back related to that. There is also a brand new website that's been up for, I believe, about 6 weeks. I talked with Aaron Edwards yesterday. He is hoping to come to the next meeting and will be at the Carroll County meeting next month. And there's information that's shared at every meeting. We're hoping that that's getting down into the clinicians. just got in the last 15 minutes an email that there was an award for Star of Life submitted from Western Maryland, which is great, and we already have had 2 EMS for Children's awards submitted. We've awarded one of those at Greenbrier now, and we are planning to do another one down at Deep Creek Lake, where youth were part of the resuscitation, in one case of a 10-year-old, in one case of an adult. So our plan, both Todd Abramowitz, who runs the awards for adults, and myself, who run the awards for children, is to give local recognition out with our regional offices throughout the year. Then those will become the candidates for the statewide awards issued in May. There is a new deadline, and I wanted to highlight that. It is no longer going to be in April for decisions in May, but the new deadline is February 1st. And so that will be when all of our awards. I know that this association is challenged, as we are, with getting enough awards for all of the categories, and so we are trying to push that out. And just a footnote from myself, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. We did launch a pediatric facility recognition program in April. Letters went out to every hospital in May, and as of yesterday at 2 o'clock, I have 11 hospitals that have applied to MIMS for a voluntary recognition process to make sure that every pediatric emergency department is ready. We're hoping to expand from 2 pediatric specialty centers to 4, where all of the ICUs are, and then there'll be an intermediate category of pediatric resource hospitals where we know there's inpatient capability if a child needs to spend the night or be in observation. The program is voluntary and it is recognition, so it is slightly different from trauma, stroke, and cardiac at this time. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the executive board members? Susan, go ahead with your question or comment.
Good afternoon. Director Aaron Edwards sent this, and actually I spoke to Cindy about this earlier for some clarification. Director Edwards is actually going to be visiting Carroll County and joining us for our CCVisa meeting next month. He asked me to read this today, if I could. It says, "Dear colleagues, we wanted to provide some clarification regarding recent communications about EMT recertification classes and MIFRE curriculum approval status. We'd like to share that MIFRE and MIMS has been in ongoing dialogue throughout the transition to the updated recertification requirements. Through this collaboration process, MIFRE training curriculum has received proper approval from MIMS and is fully compliant with the recently adopted recertification hour requirements. The EMT recert and skills classes currently offered by MIFRE are approved and meet all current MIMS standards. We hope that this helps provide clarity on the current status of available training options. Thank you for your attention in this matter and for helping assure accurate information reaches our community."
Would you ask the secretary to make copies of that for have them put out to individuals who want that can take it?
Sure.
Are there any questions or comments? Thank you very much, Cindy.
Thank you.
Eric, do you have anything from the EMS Board, SIMSAC, or the State Fire Prevention Commission you'd like to share with us today?
So you let Cindy off easy. I just want to make a couple other comments coming back to MIFRE for the testing certification before I get started with SIMSAC or EMS Board. The other part of the equation for some of the students that do not pass their initial testing is on the backside when folks go into Canvas, you take your practice test. It's really set up with 5 practice tests in that cycle. So if they go in there and they take that test more than once, they get more proficient at it. So I don't think folks realize that. That was one of the matrix I asked Steve and Pat to take a look at. How many times are students going in there and taking that test to make themselves better at that? So, and the other part of the equation, and it falls both on EMS and on the suppression side, the failures that you see when they go in and they take their Fire 1 or their initial suppression courses, is reading comprehension. That is still a significant issue that we have to deal with. So whether you're on a computer or you're trying to read it, they can't comprehend what they're reading. So we still need to work on that part of it too. And that's part of our public school system. And it comes back to it, but we got to have a matrix in order to get the public education folks to understand that. We still have folks that come out today that still have reading comprehension issues.
And Eric and I talked about that. We'll make sure that that's in the director's reports in the future so that everybody has access to that.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Executive Committee and officers. I submitted a copy of the SIMSAC minutes from May to your reports. So just want to do a couple highlights from that. We continually look at ED wait times and transports across the state. That's one of the things that Dr. Delabridge and the Hospital Association has been looking at to try to reduce that. Of course, most of the issues arise. I mean, if you look at last year, there were over 150,000 people transported to emergency departments last year. And about 3.6% of those were transported out of state to our neighboring states. Usually the busiest emergency departments that the state sees is Anne Arundel Medical Center, Frederick, Franklin Square, Meredith, Johns Hopkins, and Bayview. But usually a lot of the hang-ups that you have is the transition from when an EMS provider clinician brings a patient into the hospital, is that offload time, that wait time. And that's because a lot of emergency departments are boarding patients in their emergency departments because either by staffing issue or they don't have room to move a patient to. So Dr. Delbridge is working diligently with the hospitals to try to clean some of that up across the state. Our goal is to get the hospitals within a 90% range that when a patient comes into that facility, that within 35 minutes or less that patient is transferred and not having to wait. So we're continually working with that. The best facilities right now across the state to offload a patient really is Frederick Health in Frederick County. Anne Arundel Medical Center does an excellent job, and then sometimes Hopkins in Baltimore. So the one good thing that the MIMS has just rolled out was the Emergency Department Advisory System, or the EDIS system, that you can look on your phone, download the app, and you can see in real time where ambulances are and what the wait times are. So if you're transporting a patient to one of your local facility and you're concerned about how many units are there and what the wait time is, you can pull that up in real time. So the old system, the old chat system, is gone away. So EDIS is up and running. I was actually looking at it on my phone back at the desk. So you can go on the MIMS website and pull that system down and actually look at stuff on real time. As Cindy was talking about with the legislation with AEDs, now in public libraries and grocery stores, they have to have an AED, but they don't have to know how to do CPR. But the survival rates for those patients that arrest in those locations, if somebody knows CPR, it's usually because of some type of an arrhythmia. And if CPR started, the success rates would have been pretty successful with that. So I would certainly encourage our departments across the state to really encourage our civilian population to learn CPR That's the best medicine, and that will also help as well. We continue to work with all of our partners across the state for SEMSAC. I know there's been some question about folks in their representation. The regions are set up in 5 different regions across the state. Encourage your folks locally to find out who sits on their regional councils for information to come back to SEMSAC. And we continue to look at how our system is evolving. And that includes training aspects, equipment resources, education, and so forth through that. So that's what SEMSAC takes a look at. You know, right now, I think for the 50-50 grants, locally or regionally, all those grants for last year are completed. The new grants have been out to the 5 jurisdictions, and I want to thank the regions for making sure that information got back, and people are actually replacing their monitors and defibrillators in a timely fashion, and we're actually using the money to do what it's supposed to do. Starting next year, we will look at expanding that role to allow additional respiratory type equipment to be used, such as CPAP and so forth, and or CPR compression devices potentially to be able to be part of that grant process and not just monitors and AEDs. I think that will help some of our departments locally when they're looking for a funding mechanism when they're already up to speed with their monitors and defibrillators. And then, of course, we're always looking at the rising cost of that equipment. I mean, for a cardiac monitor now, it's almost close to $50,000. That's a pretty big hit for any department. But you realize across the state and across the nation that EMS is 80 to 85% of what we do, but it gets the smallest amount of funding to go along with that. So we're always have an uphill battle with some of that. I also want to mention today that from the EMS board, that Clay Stamp has been approved again by the governor's office to serve as the chairman for the next 4 years. He just got his welcome letter the other day. And on behalf of SEMSAC and the EMS board, we want to congratulate him for that. But we also want to say congratulations to all of our EMS providers across the state and the folks that volunteer that sit on the EMS committees to give us the information that we need to help keep Maryland move forward. I think you will hear some of that from the EMS committee with some additional training and or equipment that may be coming in the coming years to improve our skill sets as healthcare clinicians. That's one of the things that our providers are asking us to do. But be cautious with that, you know, when you ask for more things, that the hours and training may not change, but we need to make sure that we're proficient in what we're doing. So on the opposite side of that, the EMS board is charged with taking a look at when clinicians have violations and either protocol and or illegal activities, you know, and we have to address those. So one thing I think for the executive committee is, one, please go back out to your departments, and if folks want to go party, make sure they have a designated driver, because we're seeing a big uptick in those issues that we have to address. You know, when it goes through the court system, it gets flagged by MIMS, and we see that, and then now the EMS board has to address that. We don't like dinging providers or putting people on a suspension. You know, you can do Uber, Lyft, or 1-800 phone a friend. Get yourself out of that trick bag. If you have a drug dependency, reach out. We have resources available for you across this state that we will help you with your drug dependency problem so that you don't get in trouble and you don't lose your job. The other issue that I mentioned at the EMS committee here last week is providers. We still have providers that when they show up, clinicians that are not engaging doing patient care. You've heard me say this over the last couple of years. When you show up, you got to put up and do what you're trained to do, regardless of the seat that you sit in, regardless if you got captain's bars or lieutenant's bars or your career staff. That stuff goes out the window. The patch that you have on your shoulder it can be taken away. Let's just put it that way. And we still run into some of those issues, and they're very hard to try to comprehend and look at, because now police officers have body cameras. We can see what's going on. We can see exactly what you're doing. Some ambulances actually have cameras in the back of their unit, so we know how the patients that we see are being addressed, and our hands are tied in some cases. So I would just encourage you to be mindful and remind our officers out there and our clinicians to do the right thing when they show up. Did I miss anything, Steve? I think I hit the highlights.
You pretty much covered it. Also, I was reappointed just recent, July 30th, I got my appointment letter and went to the courthouse, but I was reappointed representing volunteer clinicians, and the appointment is from July 1st, 2024 for 4 years. So they're finally catching up on the appointments. The next meeting of the EMS board is September the 8th. It'll be virtual again. We have the open session, and usually, in addition to us, there's either one or more president and our executive director on those meetings. Then October 14th, we will have an all-day in-person meeting in Annapolis. So.
And the next SEMSAC meeting will be September the 4th, and that'll be, more than likely, will be virtual. So, we're getting back from the summer session, so not a whole lot has happened. We will still continue to engage our legislative leaders in Annapolis for our EMSOF and 508 monies. We were very successful over the last couple of years, make sure that was maintained. So thanks to our legislative group and the members of the executive committee and MSFA for that. We've done well, and we'll continue to make sure that stays funded as we move forward. It's definitely not going to get to 2030, which they said, or 2040, just because of the rising costs of equipment and what we do. I mean, we're all struggling with that, and some of that hinges on what happens at the federal level, and that's a big question mark. We have no idea what's going to happen there. So I'll be glad to take any questions that you have. Great.
You have nothing for the Fire Prevention Commission?
The Fire Commission met just this week as well. So I want to, again, on behalf of the Fire Commission, say thank you for the support to get the new codes done and passed. We removed the sprinkler portion out of that, which I suggested that we do the last executive board meeting. There was a subsequent meeting with the executive leadership here and the partners across the state, the different entities, and we were very successful in moving that forward. So I don't know when the books are going to be printed, but there's draft copies out. I have a copy. I'll make sure that I send it to Kate so that the executive board at least has the draft copies. The fire marshal can give you a lot more information, but I think that was very successful. And I think the from the commission standpoint, they realize now that they have to engage with our legislators a lot more than what they have been doing in the past. If we're going to be successful in what we do in fire safety and to prevent folks from losing their lives, they've got to be a lot more proactive. So I've been asked to reach out to our legislative committee. Chief Phillips and I talked a little bit last night from the commission standpoint. I think that when we go to Annapolis, we're very strong together when all of our partners stand together, from the Maryland Chiefs, the Fire Commission, MSFA, the career partners. It means a lot. You know, when the report is done from the legislative body about sprinklers and life safety issues, and it's about 600 pages, give or take, something like that, bedtime reading. And it really references some of our prevention efforts. You know, we have one big, good life safety program here. Teresa runs that very well in prevention. You know, so as much as we continually see in the news that people are passing away from CO to not having CO monitors in their home, or smoke detectors in their home, it really comes back at the local grassroots level. We've really got to get that information back out to the public so that we can actually save lives. And I think going forward, as far as the commission's concerned, the big takeaway from the legislative report is, with all the things that are in that, whether it's door closures, exit signs, smoke detectors, CO detectors, the biggest thing that's going to save lives is sprinklers. So I think the commission will come to MSFA and ask the partner going forward that if we're going to really take a swing at this, the number one thing that's really going to save lives in the state of Maryland, especially in high rises, is sprinklers. And we're going to have to take that on, and it's going to be an uphill battle to do because it's cost. But that's the thing that's going to save lives. It's also going to save our firefighters going into a structure, that it will mitigate some of the dangers for our fire personnel going into some of these structures. And it's going to be a uphill battle, but it's something that I have asked the commission to pick a lane, figure something out, and let's pick a topic and work that topic until we see it to the end. It's not going to happen overnight, but sprinklers is what's going to save the lives. Questions?
Any questions from members of the executive committee? Thank you very much. We'll hear now from the Office of the State Fire Marshal, Chief Fire Protection Engineer Ken Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you and to other members of the Executive Committee, and also to the officers and members at MSFA. I bring you greetings from Acting State Fire Marshal Jason Mowbray, who was unable to attend the meeting this morning, but he did file his report electronically with the Executive Committee. But I'd like to go over some of the highlights from that report at this time. Starting with the fire fatality report. In calendar year 2024, there were 58 confirmed fatalities associated with a fire in a residential structure, 10 associated with a vehicle fire, and 5 in other settings, for a total of 73 confirmed fire deaths across the state. There is a breakdown by county in the report of where those fatalities occurred. Also a breakdown in the report by county of the fatalities for calendar year 2025 to date. So far in calendar year 2025, there have been 28 confirmed fatalities associated with a fire in a residential structure, 4 associated with a vehicle fire, and 7 in other settings, for a total of 39 confirmed fire deaths across the state. Currently, there are 9 deaths pending cause of death with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and there have been 9 multi-fatal fires so far this year. More information can be found on the State Fire Marshal's Office website, we encourage everyone to report the fire fatality data and any sprinkler and smoke alarm saves to the OSFM blog site that's listed in the report. As far as activities of the State Fire Marshal's Office for calendar year 2025 to date, there have been 443 fire investigations, 78 have been incendiary fires, there have been 83 explosive investigations, for a total fire, explosive, and other investigations to 604. 47 of those investigations have been closed by arrest. There have been 7,164 fire safety inspections completed by the staff, 797 plan reviews for architectural submissions, 62 reviews for system submissions, for a total plan reviews of 859. And we have attended 86 community risk reduction events. As far as legislative concerns, there are several work groups that are in process, one of which is the House created by House Bill 468, which is the lithium-ion battery safety work group. That work is ongoing, and the report is due by the end of 2025. I'm a portion of that group, member of that group as a matter of fact, and we are in the process of completing our report. One of the interesting points that's come out as a report of that study is that you may see a listing of a portable fire extinguisher that's been made available for a Class L fire extinguisher on the market. We've been advised by Underwriters Laboratories and other testing agencies that those fire extinguishers have not been tested or listed for service, so they're technically are not legal to be used. So if you see those out there, you might be advised and pass the word along that the Class L fire extinguishers that are being advertised are not approved for use in the state of Maryland. Another work group that's been concluded is the as a result of House Bill 823, which is the House bill or the committee that addressed residential high-rise buildings which were unsprinkled and constructed prior to 1974. That work group report has been completed and submitted to the legislature. It is available for public review on the legislative website. So I encourage you, like was alluded to by Commissioner Smothers, to review that report dealing with protection of those types of structures. There's another work group that's been initiated that has been charged with streamlining the review of permits that are issued by the state of Maryland. The work of that is ongoing. They've chosen 6 pilot projects across the state to represent different size of projects, different values, different areas of the state, and that work will be completed in 2026. There's also a study that's been initiated by Department of Labor and Licensing and Regulations dealing with single stairs in buildings, in residential buildings up to and including 6 stories in height. That work on that project has not begun, but something that's slated to occur through 2026. Also report effective June the 1st of 2025, the sale, distribution, transfer, or installation of non-arc resistant yellow jacketed corrugated stainless steel tubing has been prohibited in the state of Maryland. This prohibition now eliminates the sale of all of this non-arc resistant CSST products, even those on store shelves, so they should be removed. The original law that addressed this issue was named in memory of Battalion Chief Joseph Laird from Frederick County and firefighter Nathan Flynn from Howard County, who were both killed in CSST-related structural fires. The Flynn and Laird Act aims to ensure the only arc-resistant CSST is used in the state of Maryland. As an update to the State Fire Prevention Code, that code was revised effective June the 23rd of 2025, and now references the 2024 editions of NFPA 1, the Fire Code, and NFPA 101, the Life Safety Code, as a basis for the state code. The State Fire Prevention Code is available on the website for the State Fire Marshal's Office, and it references those two NFPA codes and standards. By copyright restrictions, we cannot offer copies of the NFPA codes and standards to the public, but they are available to be viewed online for free at the NFPA website at www.nfpa.org. So you can put those two together and get a full picture as to what the State Fire Prevention Code looks like. I might also mention that NFPA has started their efforts for the updates to the 2027 editions of the codes. They'll be voted on at the NFPA annual meeting in 2026, in the spring of 2026, to update it to the 2027 edition of those codes I referenced. A couple of interesting issues that have been brought forth with regard to that is a result of a report that was sent by the National Transportation and Safety Board dealing with fuel gas detection in buildings, and stems from an incident that occurred at the apartment buildings in Silver Springs several years ago in Maryland, as well as a more recent incident that occurred in a candy factory in Reading, Pennsylvania. And the thought there is to whether there would be a need to require fuel gas detection in some of these buildings where those types of equipment is installed. State of Georgia has already instituted that, and we'll look forward to seeing how that plays out in the future with regards to the requirements for those types of detectors. On June the 30th, the Maryland State Police Government Affairs Unit and the Office of Media Communication participated in a joint training and demonstration with the Special Operations Section of the State Fire Marshal. The event provided hands-on experience to help the general public better understand special operations, daily operations, enhancing their ability to inform, advise policymakers and legislators in Annapolis. The State Fire Marshal's Office Special Operations Section includes the bomb squad, the underwater hazardous device team, the accelerant and explosive detection canines, and the unmanned aerial system members. For significant incidents in July of 2025, between June 26th and July 4th, 139 public fireworks displays were held across Maryland. Qualified personnel from the Office of the State Fire Marshal or local and county partners inspected each display for safety compliance. On July 4th in Prince George's County, a 14-year-old boy suffered a catastrophic hand injury while handling fireworks. He was rushed to a local hospital where he underwent emergency surgery, and investigators confirmed that the fireworks involved were not legally permitted in Maryland, and the injuries are expected to result in permanent damage. In a separate incident, the Deputy State Fire Marshal's Office assisted Harford County Sheriff's Office after they responded to reports of illegal fireworks show in the Box Hill community of Abington. Excuse me. After the event abruptly ended, authorities confiscated more than 1,300 fireworks, including dangerous aerial devices prohibited in Maryland. 2 adults who did not live in the community received court summonses. In other activities, two suspects were arrested on August 1st for setting unrelated fires to occupied homes in Waldorf and Salisbury. Deputy State Fire Marshals charged a Waldorf man after he intentionally set a fire inside his home as his estranged wife and 2 children were asleep inside. The incident was found to be directly related to an ongoing domestic dispute during which the suspect reportedly threatened to burn the house down. 49-year-old man was charged with attempted murder, first-degree arson, second-degree arson, first-degree malicious burning, reckless endangerment, and arson threat. In a separate case, a Salisbury woman was also arrested by investigators for an arson that occurred on July 3rd after a dispute over an alleged $7. The witness told investigators that the suspect, whom he had known for several years, became upset after demanding the $7 she claimed he owed her. After a brief argument, the female suspect left and returned minutes later with a bottle of gasoline, setting the front door on fire before fleeing the area on a bicycle. The 51-year-old female was charged with first and second-degree arson, first-degree malicious burning, malicious destruction of property over $1,000, reckless endangerment, and theft under $100. And a third incident, a 40-year-old Graysonville woman was charged on multiple arson and fraud-related charges following a November 18, 2024 fire at her Graysonville home that caused $85,000 in damages. Investigators determined the blaze was intentionally set and no smoke alarms were present. After months of evidence collection and witness interviews, the case was presented to the Queen Anne's County Grand Jury on August 5th, 2025, and resulted in 9 charges, including arson, malicious burning, and insurance fraud. In August of 2025, a joint investigative team from the Office of the State Fire Marshal, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, and the Charles County Sheriff's Office responded to a fatal residential fire in Declaration Court in Waldorf. The fire, which was reported at 8:39 a.m., resulted in the deaths of 6 individuals, 2 adults and 4 children, and left 3 other adult occupants unharmed. This marks the deadliest multi-person fire in Maryland since the 2015 Annapolis fire that also claimed 6 lives. Charles County deputies arrived first and attempted to enter the residence, but were forced back due to heavy smoke and flames. Firefighters from Waldorf Volunteer Fire Department and surrounding jurisdictions arrived shortly after, upgrading the incident to 2 alarms. Crews worked to quickly suppress the fire and conduct search operations for the trapped occupants. Specialized resources, including the K-9 team, Calvert County K-9 team, Charles County Collapse team, assisted with victim recovery and structural stabilization. Preliminary findings indicated the fire originated in an enclosed porch on the right side of the home. However, the exact cause remains under investigation. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner concluded the victims died as a result of smoke inhalation and thermal injuries. As far as personnel from the State Fire Marshal's Office, on July 1st, a longtime employee, Ms. Rosalind Looney, formally assumed the role of the agency's training coordinator, in addition to her current assigned responsibilities. The training coordinator system was previously decentralized from headquarters to our Southern Regional Office, is now moved to headquarters. Deputy Jeffrey Fry retired on July 1st after more than 19 years of service with the State Fire Marshal's Office. He was a proud member of the Armed Forces and spent a significant portion of his time in his career on military leave. There has been a new Deputy State Fire Marshal appointed, Deanna Pelton, who joined the agency through a lateral transfer from the Hagerstown Fire Marshal's Office. She served nearly 12 years as a firefighter with the Hagerstown Fire Department before transitioning to the Fire Marshal's Office. In 2020, she graduated from the Washington County Police Academy, then continued her education in fire origin and cause investigations, post-blast investigations, and fire safety and life safety code inspections. Deputy Pelton has been assigned to the agency's Western Regional Office. There's also a new contractual fire safety inspector, Larry Palmer, who joined our Northeast Regional Office as a fire safety inspector. He comes to the State Fire Marshal's Office after careers with the Baltimore County Fire Department and the Department of Justice. He actively volunteers with English Council Volunteer Fire Department. He will undergo several months of training and join other inspectors to ensure life safety and fire prevention codes enforcement, primarily focusing on daycare and foster adoptive care regulations. I would also add that the State Fire Marshal's Office has employed an intern as a fire protection engineer. His name is Clayton Denny's and resides in the Bel Air area, but is a senior mechanical engineering student at Frostburg University. And Clayton's duties with us will be to try to transition the process we now currently use for the intake of plan reviews and the distribution of their comments with the new regional reporting system and report management system. We are happy to report that Deputy Chief Dexter Houses from the Northeast Regional Office has joined the family and friends of retired Deputy State Fire Marshal and K-9 handler Frank Rauschenberg for a celebration of 60 years of service. For more than 30 years of his career, Frank was assigned to the former Metro office to investigate fires in Carroll, Frederick, and Howard counties, and retired in 1998. Frank Rauschenberg was one of the original members of our canine unit in the mid-1980s and partners with other canines. In the 1970s, he successfully infiltrated the KKK and thwarted a bombing incident through that organization. Excuse me. Deputy Chief Hodges presented him and several members of his family with items for dedicated service, including a State Fire Marshal's Office significant certificate of recognition. Since January 1st, 2025, the Office of the State Fire Marshal has responded to 79 community events, dedicating 665 personnel office hours and engaging in an estimated 8,900 citizen interactions statewide. Since June 1st alone, the State Fire Marshal's Office has conducted 30 community risk reduction events, reinforcing the commitment to fire safety education and public engagement. These events have spanned a wide range of activities, from youth programs and summer camps to large-scale public safety celebrations. The OSFM presence at the National Night Out in 2025 extended from Hancock to Bel Air, Annapolis, and Salisbury, allowing thousands of residents to engage directly with fire investigators, bomb technicians, and canine handlers while receiving vital fire prevention resources. Through these combined efforts, the State Fire Marshal's Office continues to strengthen community trust, promote safety awareness, and fulfill its mission to reduce risk and protect Maryland residents. Following the recent and heartbreaking loss of a team member, hero dog Sandy and ATF's explosive detection canine Rosie visited the Washington County Division of Emergency Services 911 Center to provide emotional support and comfort to telecommunicators. The visit offered a moment of healing and connection as Sandy demonstrated her exceptional service dog skills and Rosie provided a calming presence. The Office of the State Fire Marshal's engagement was warmly appreciated by the 911 staff and helped them to cope through this difficult time. The Office of the State Fire Marshal's Office has also partnered with the Maryland State Police Office of Media Communications to produce the historic first ever fireworks safety video for the agency. Created during the annual Joint Fireworks Safety News Conference with Howard County. This video is designed for ongoing use during major holidays such as July 4th, Memorial Day, and New Year's Eve, where fireworks use peaks. Traditionally, the State Fire Marshal's Office and Howard County Department of Fire Rescue Services hold a live media event each late June to demonstrate the dangers and illegal use of fireworks. These events feature expert speakers, including medical specialists, hand injuries, eye trauma, and pediatric care, along with live demonstrations of the State Fire Marshal's Office Bomb Squad to capture impactful visuals for news coverage. Recognizing the needs to target these issues with the State Fire Marshal's Office, it's determined that professional video was needed in order to deliver a clear, consistent, and reusable firework danger messaging. This will enhance the Office's ability to educate Maryland residents year-round on the serious risk of fireworks misuse. And the video will be used on our social media during these holidays and can be found on the website and YouTube channel year-round. As a part of report 2 as well, there's a list of overdue reports from volunteer fire departments throughout the state dealing with the MIFRS reports. An update to report on nearest, as reported earlier, that system will be forthcoming very shortly. The State Fire Marshal's Office continues to evaluate the impact on the fire incident reporting system in Maryland. And to do that, the State Fire Marshal's Office is going to host 3 question and answer training sessions to the Maryland Fire Service. The first will be held on Monday, August 25th at 10 a.m. at the Carroll County Training Center in Westminster. The second will be held on Tuesday, August 26th at 2 p.m. It's a virtual conversation webinar, and information to join the webinar is located on the State Fire Marshal's Office webpage. The third session will be held on Wednesday, August 27th at 10 a.m. at the Dunkirk Volunteer Fire Department in Calvert County. And I understand that the virtual session will be recorded and will be made available for viewing at any time, so persons who are unable to attend any of those in-person training sessions will be able to view the recorded version. I will pass along the information regarding the requests for membership in the, for IAAA with regards to the State Firemen's Association. So we'll try to receive an answer on that. In conclusion, we reported that the State Fire Marshal's Office representatives have attended the National Association of State Fire Marshals Convention that was held in Biloxi, Mississippi, and was hosted by the Mississippi Office of the State Fire Marshal. We'd like to report there that former State Fire Marshal Brian Geraci actually made a presentation on the Annapolis-Manson fire, which was a story of tragedy and triumph, and shared the events in devastating 2015 fire that tragically took the lives of 6 family members. The annual conference focused on enhancing fire safety and prevention and bringing together the nation's state fire marshals, fire safety prevention professionals, and other experts to share ideas and attitudes. So that concludes the report that I have for the state fire marshals. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
On the report, the breakdown of the missing reports, some of the, Howard County, you have listed all counties. I think you meant to say all companies.
Okay, we'll make that correct.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, I take it that means all departments when I report back to Howard County, but again, the way the report reads is all counties. And then the other question, and I might have missed it in your report, you're still tracking lithium-ion battery issues in Maryland?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
We'd appreciate any kind of information that you have with regards to an incident that is associated with lithium-ion battery incident.
Okay. JJ, you have a comment?
Yeah, good morning. And for this, it's JJ Lynott, Hampstead Volunteer Fire Company. Just to touch base, it's not really a question, it's just a situational awareness thing. For CSST, we had an incident in Hampstead back in the middle of May. Lightning strike caused a fire. Luckily, it was a sprinklered building. Did a fair amount of damage, but it was contained to the basement. The interesting part here is we had a lot of odor of gases in the area. A newer development. This happened to be an Intergroup row home. With that, we shut off gas to, I believe, it was like 45 structures, houses. The neighborhood was mad because you had to get a plumber to come out and test the system before they can turn it back on. So they weren't happy. However, it was the right decision because later on that evening we found out that, and this is the first that I've heard something like this, but several houses, blocks of houses down. So Intergroup row home, the Bravo side. When they went to charge the system to test it, they found 2 additional houses that had leaks that did not find an ignition source. So the incident was at 1778 was the street address. The 2 additional leaks were at 1730 and 1744. So if you do that math, it was 17 houses down for the first one, and then several additional houses down for the second one. We were very fortunate that day because we had a strong odor of gas outside as well as in houses. You do the evacuation, but we were out at the main street almost, and we still had odor of gas. So just as a situational awareness, the CSST can pose a problem. And luckily it didn't find a source because we were all in front of it. So that's all. Thank you.
Are there
Any questions on that?
Any questions for, I'm sorry, Past President Smothers?
Mr. Chairman, Past President Smothers, I just want to, because the commission addressed the MFers as well, the outstanding reports. Folks got to realize that's tagged to your money that you get back from the state. So you really need to emphasize to the departments, they need to get the reports done. I had a conversation with the fire marshal at the end of our commission meeting this week. That deadline for those reports that were supposed to be done last year is getting close to being closed. So, and you know the issues that we had last year when folks said they didn't get their money. So it's incumbent on folks getting those reports in. NEARS will certainly help some of that going forward because it's done in live time. There was also a discussion if, even though it's going to be recorded, about having some additional training sessions if we need to. And the fire marshal was open for that if we think that's necessary, because I don't think
in a short period of time, people will get the message that this is going live in these training sessions. So just FYI.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Fire Marshal's office? Any other concerns? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Shock trauma, please. Becky, you brought all the backboards for Carroll County with you so we could take them back?
Yeah, they're in my car. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I have the end of year report for shock trauma. I did submit it electronically, so hopefully you all have a copy in front of you. Our goals for FY25 were to improve our trauma centre capacity and throughput, the expansion of our wraparound services for victims of violence, and further statewide stop the bleed reach. And I believe we made good progress in all of those goals. Looking at our volumes, we were a little bit down on where we were last year. We admitted 6,280 patients, which was just 1.66% less than we did in FY24. Our length of stay continues to be a little bit of a struggle for us. In FY25, length of stay is 9.66 days as an average, which is a little higher than where it was on FY24. Again, we continue to work on this. Throughput is often difficult. It's difficult for us to get patients out so we can get patients in, especially those that are waiting for rehab. So areas we're aware of and trying to work on. Our demographics haven't changed really very much. Most of our patients coming in are in the older than 56 age group, 43% of them in that age group, and then the other highest is our lower age group, 15 to 35, with 31% of our patients in there. That's pretty much static over the years. Mechanism of injury, again, hasn't really changed very much. 42% of our patients are falls, 37% were for MVCs, 17% were violence, and then we have a 14% where we lump everything else into that category. So falls still maintain our highest admissions. Into hospital transfers, 15.7% of our transfers came from trauma centres and 84.3% came from non-trauma centres. We had 560 transports from the scene by air, which was, and then a total transport of, total air transports of 923. So we actually had a lot of transfers this year that came in by air. That is 34 less than last year. For our lost inter-hospital transfers, we have done a lot of work on this, both in our trauma resuscitation unit and in our physician group, trying to make them take the consults a little sooner, work through things, and try and get as many patients in as we can. We did still lose 160 transfers from other hospitals. However, it's significantly less from last year. It's over 100 less than last year. So we did very well on that. Our capacity, over the year, we had 32.14 total capacity hours. Again, we focused on keeping our capacity incidences as short as possible. So when we go on capacity, we try to come off within the 1 hour to 2 hour time range maximum, just give the TRU time to decompress a little bit and then open. And again, just for awareness, we do still admit patients even when we're on capacity. Our requirement is just that all EMS thinking they have a patient requiring shock trauma have to consult, and then we will triage. Again, the sickest ones still come to us, and we'll send the others to other trauma centres where possible. For our GO team, we have had 12 activations and 5 deployments. So oftentimes what happens is we get activated a little late. The sooner we can activate, the sooner we can get there. So the difference between activations and deployments is just those that get cancelled before the team actually leaves the helipad at shock trauma. Of the 5 deployments we had one to Prince George's County for an impaled limb, one to Prince George's County for an MVC with entrapment, one to Charles County, again another entrapment, PG County, a dump truck with entrapment, and Anne Arundel County, which was another entrapment again. All of those ended up being transported to shock trauma. Our Centre for Injury Prevention and Policy has been very busy. They have had 284 events in the past year, reaching 14 counties and over 12,000 participants. This includes all injury and violence prevention events, including our support groups, and tabling events. This does not include the Stop the Bleed that we have also been doing. More to come on that in a minute. Centre for Injury Prevention and Policy, again, it's a statewide approach to injury and violence prevention. We do partner with other hospitals as well in some of our events, but we've had advocacy events, we've had tabling events, violence prevention and injury prevention focus. 22% of our programs focus on fall prevention, which goes along with where we are seeing our highest proportion of admissions. We have 30% on teen risk and trauma prevention, 13% on driver safety, 16% on head injury and concussion, and 19% on violence prevention. For our Stop the Bleed program, again, very active over this year. We've been in schools, training educators, equipping schools, and certifying students. We're providing public trainings, with broad access, and providing free personal Stop the Bleed kits to anybody who takes one of our public training classes. And organizational trainings in organizations, churches, community organizations, businesses. And if anybody would like to schedule an event, please reach out to us. We can partner with you and schedule events across the state with some of our other state partners. Stop the Bleed in schools. So the Stop the Bleed program is fully integrated in the curriculum of Baltimore County and Howard County. We completed a pilot in Harford County. We completed teacher trainings in Carroll County. And then on deck for FY26, we have hopefully moving into the curriculums of Baltimore City, Montgomery County, Prince George's County, and Anne Arundel County. We provided 109 bleeding control stations, often situated right next to the AED, provided 105 classes for students and educator, and we trained 4,067 students and educators, so quite a lot going on this year. Again, statewide Stop the Bleed reach, 14 counties reached, and if we total up our public community schools, trainer classes, that was a total of 9,858 participants in Stop the Bleed in FY25. For the highlights of the program at Shock Trauma, we hired 2 additional full-time Stop the Bleed members, including a supervisor. We offer public training classes now in 10 counties. We partnered with 16 fire and EMS agencies to deliver public training, so thank you all very much for partnering with us. And 20,000 Maryland high school students received Stop the Bleed training in school this year. There were 1,200 hours of instructor time, which was 3 times more than we did last year. For our EMS training and outreach, we've had 57 trainings and reached 914 participants. We've had skills and lab simulation, we've had stroke video shoot, we've had backpacking and emergency courses. We've conducted a course at Aberdeen Proving Ground for responder training. We've done EMS skills and a first aid rally. For our EMS liaison group in the trauma resuscitation unit, they provided an EMS conference for 89 participants back in March and 2 EMS broadcasts in FY25, reaching 157 participants. They're currently working on their FY26 broadcasts, so if anybody has a patient they would like highlighted or a topic that they would like covered, please reach out to us and let us know. Our observer program is still active. We have had 52 US medical observers, and we've had 31 international observers from 12 countries. FY26 goals. Fall prevention is a bigger focus. We're continuing to expand our wraparound services for victims of violence. We're having clinic services coming in for that, planned very shortly. And then further statewide Stop the Bleed outreach with expansion of more public classes and getting into every county in Maryland.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the Executive Committee? Any comments? Thank you very much.
Cool. Thank you.
Aviation Command, please.
Good morning. Thanks for having us today. Sorry that the Major was unable to make it today, but he decided that I might do a good job for you. So I'm Scott Curtin. I'm the newest Director of Flight Operations for the Aviation Command. I'll start off by saying that we are currently up to 87% of our missions now are in support of you as our customers. for the EMS across the state, for fire, anyone that's going to call us in. Most of our missions now are dedicated to you all. So we are very grateful for the partnerships that we have with you. I'm going to hit the elephant in the room with regards to our services. I know there's been some concerns brought up to our command with regards to availability. We have been going through a heavy period of maintenance on our aircraft really since April. And that has led to us having to reallocate our assets to different locations wherever the greatest need is. There have been concerns of lack of coverage. I want to assure you that we have not missed any calls that have come in to support you all in your various counties. We have been shifting the assets around depending upon the needs of the regions. And we are expecting within the next week to 2 weeks that we're going to have 3 of our aircraft out of heavy maintenance, which will bring us back up to full strength across the state. We are currently working at about 6 of our 7 bases being filled with assets right now. And I'll be glad to answer any questions with regards to that. As for training, we've spent a lot of time this year trying to rebuild a lot of the relationships and foster new relationships across the state. Currently, Trooper 3 is sitting down at the old Norwood Trooper 8 location, doing training with Montgomery County Fire, EMS, and Police. We've also increased our presence with Washington County, been developing, it's called Beyond the Sirens. I guess it's a video log that they are creating out there to inform all of their different companies on how to work with us when it comes to a hoist mission, especially when we were working in some of the more mountainous terrain in Washington, Allegheny, Garrett counties. We had the first video done with one of our master troopers, who's also one of our most preeminent personnel when it comes to hoist operations. That is waiting approval from MSP Media and then approval from Washington County to release it. And that should be available not only in Washington County, but I believe that they said they'll be able to send that out to other counties as requested. HART training has grown this year. It's been a regrowth in our relationship with HART, and we have just as of 3 weeks ago, had a good portion of the HART personnel trained up on our aircraft, and also getting our hoist instructors qualified to deploy them in their unique way of being deployed. We've done 2 major training exercises over the past month to do that in anticipation, especially with Aaron coming through after the floods out west at the beginning of the year. We wanted to make sure that we had the ability to assist the HART team as they were getting ready to deploy for these different situations. We're hoping that we continue to grow the HART team participation with us, not just the Air National Guard. And it looks like that relationship is moving forward very well, and we hopefully by the end of this year we'll have all of our crew chiefs that are in charge of running the hoist and all of their team members trained up on our aircraft. Additionally, we are working with the Air Force Research Laboratory and shock trauma on a project which will allow us to get our patient information to a trauma center much faster. It is a combat tool that's being used that will be able to wirelessly move the information about the patient, which will reduce the amount of radio calls needed to be made, and making sure that the providers at the receiving end will have all the patient information in front of them when we land at their helipad. That has been in the works now for a few months. Primarily right now is with shock trauma, but we do envision this being something, if it does work out well at shock trauma, it's something that we would push out to other areas also. We have collaborated with shock trauma on the Stop the Bleed, and that has been a great collaboration. We had a major event out at Martin State about 2 months ago that was very successful. We now have our OCC, our Operation Control Center manual has been put out to standardize all of our operation in collaboration with Syscom and MIMS. That it was just released last week. Drone operations have been consistently on an upward rise, as we're doing mostly crash, but we are partnering with the Fire Marshal's Department with regards to theirs also. We have a very good program of sharing information that we're learning from our operations and pushing that out to all the different departments and stuff that have been in support of us, to include Baltimore City, Baltimore BWI, Anne Arundel County that have drone programs out there. We are partnering with all of them statewide to make sure that anything that we're learning, we're passing that on also. Trying to think if I missed any big things. I think that's about it. The biggest thing for our future is we are starting to look at what's next for us. Aircraft is one of the big things that we're going to have to take a look at as we move forward. The major has been working to try to get a third party to look at what our possible replacement will be if we are going to replace the 139. So that is one of the things we'll be looking at over the next year. The same thing goes with the drone program. Since most of the drones are getting to their lifespan, we're going to be looking at what we might need to do next with regards to that. Other than that, I'm open to any questions you have.
If you would just for the record repeat your name and title again.
All right, my name is Scott Curtin, C-U-R-T-I-N, and I'm the Director of Flight Operations.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or concerns for Aviation Command? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
MDEM is on board.
Good morning. My name's Tom Brown. I'm the liaison officer for the Western and the National Capital Regions for the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, and it has been a busy summer for the department. We have activated a number of times this summer for natural hazards as well as other situations that required support. Most significant event since the last executive meeting was the flooding in Western Maryland. Secretary Strickland, who was unable to be here today, recognizes the critical role the volunteer fire and rescue services played in ensuring no lives were lost in the flooding, which impacted Allegheny and Garrett County in May, as well as numerous other flood responses that have occurred over the state over this past summer. As you might be aware, the state was denied federal assistance in July for the flooding in Western Maryland. State has submitted an appeal on that decision this past week. Just to give you a little bit of information on that or clarify that some, FEMA validated damage assessments totaling $33.7 million, which is nearly triple our federally established threshold. These funds are critical to supporting repairs of critical infrastructure, and volunteer fire companies could be eligible for reimbursement of costs associated with that response. We are going to continue to keep the MSFA in the loop on changes at the federal level which may impact disaster assistance. Under public assistance, fire companies could be eligible for debris removal, emergency protective measures, for example, evacuation assistance, overtime pay for emergency work, purchase of personal protective equipment, etc. And public building and equipment, for example, repair or replacement of fire stations, repair or replacement of equipment and vehicles. These costs, however, do need to be directly tied to the disaster. As of August the 1st, the available cash under the VCAF loan is $4,117,079.73. Total fund balance, including notes receivable, is $33,117,079. $230,677.26. In regard to the Amos Fund, the state fiscal year 26 budget included $16.5 million for the Amos Fund as required by statute for this fiscal year. And the department will process payments based on or around November the 15th as prescribed by law. And in conclusion, under training and exercise updates, MDEM last week hosted a ICS train-the-trainer course to better expand access to the ICS training within the state. A state G delivery of the 0305 Type 3 All Hazards IMT course is being held in Harford County this week, starting on the 25th. The state has built that capacity to offer that course without the need for expensive contractual services. And then if there are any questions about training opportunities, they can be directed to training.mdem@maryland.gov. And that is the conclusion of the report.
Thank you. Questions for MDEM? Chief Dayton? I guess for my own educational purposes, is there an appeal process that your department or MDEM is going through to try and get money for Western Maryland?
Yeah, so earlier when I gave my report, when I was discussing the $33.7 million, which would be nearly triple the amount that we needed to get for our federally established threshold, the appeal was made by the governor's office this past week in reference to the federal declaration, and at this point now we are just waiting for a response to that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Forestry, Maryland Fire Chiefs.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Maryland Fire Chiefs, Bob Phillips, sitting president at this time. The past president, J.J. Lynott, will have a report on training. I'm sure he can bring you up to date much better than I can on all the things he has going on, and that's a lot of them, I'm sure. What I would like to say is at this time, our next meeting's coming up, September 25th. We have a board of directors meeting, and it's virtual on October the 18th. We will be having a general membership meeting. It will be held at the Public Safety Training Facility, Station 29. I believe that's Frederick County. That has just recently been set up. I know that ongoing work, our first vice president has been working on winding up the SAFER grant, making sure that all the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and we have used up the money in a judicious way and not giving back anything we don't have to. That's ongoing, subject to new funding through the SAFER grant, which we're working with the MSFA, of course. We're looking forward to a little more bleak future and finding funding sources so we can continue with our educational programs. Any questions for myself with that? Yes, sir.
Station 29 is actually a firehouse, and you said the training center, that's 27, so make sure you got the right place.
Okay, I was just taking that off the email handed to me.
Yeah, 27 is the number they use for the training
Oh,
center,
okay.
but 29 is actually another firehouse. So double check where they're going. And it does have a nice room, so maybe you are going there, but just make sure you know you're going.
I couldn't tell you. Chief Tom Coe sent this to me, and all I got
Okay.
to say is I'll go with him.
Yeah, just make sure he knows which one.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. J.J. Lynott, past president, Maryland Fire Chiefs, and chair of the training committee, also vice chair of MSFA's training committee, so this is really a joint report. As was alluded to, we are trying to spend the money for the grant So we do have 4 more trainings coming up. Chief Frank Lieb from FDNY will be here in November for 2 weekends. We're trying to hit all 4 parts of the state. So November 1st is at Arbutus, Baltimore County. November 2nd is East New Market on the shore. November 22nd is Mechanicsville in St. Mary's County. And November 23rd is Washington County Training Center. So please help us spread the word. We tried to do it in July at Arbutus and East New Market. However, we only had 16 people registered for Arbutus and 5 for East New Market, I believe it was. And we didn't want to bring him down here for that, so we decided to postpone it to November, give us more time to try to get the word out, so please help us with that. In addition, just save the date for Maryland Weekend 2026, February 21st and 22nd. Again, we haven't had great attendance in that last couple of years. And a few years ago, it kind of got canceled and rescheduled. We used to have 200 people go. I don't know what can be done for this, and this is, again, for a combination of MSFA and the fire chiefs. Pennsylvania, they pay for the registration for all their volunteers to go, and they give them a border polo shirt. And they get 200 people to go. I don't know if we can use, if we get awarded a grant money, I know we can't pay for meals, but if there's something that we can do, or if there's money somewhere, but I can tell you from my time in Baltimore County as chairman of the training committee, we did that in Baltimore County, gave them a polo shirt and paid for them to go, and we had 50 people go every year. We stopped doing that, and attendance went down. So, I mean, it is what it is. You wouldn't want to think that a polo shirt and paying would make them go, but it happens. That's what does. So, I don't know if there's, between recruitment and retention or training, if there's something we can do with that. Yep.
Just for that, we did receive feedback last year that the registration is difficult because it's a pamphlet, people have to send a check in. Is there any way that they'll be able to update that to an online submission? Because, you know, a lot of people people don't even use checkbooks anymore. So is that something that they can look at to hopefully boost recruitment for that class?
Yeah, I agree, and Todd from Western Maryland will probably tell you that I beat him up on that more than he probably wants to hear. It is convoluted, and I've got that same feedback that, now last year they did accept credit card payment, but you had to call in, I believe, to get it through credit card, so I guess, Steve, I don't know if you want to address it from a MIFRE standpoint, but.
You're right on target. It's a challenge for people.
So, and some of that is the feds, but their system, but yeah, it's noted that it's not easy, and we'll try to do better, I guess. Mark, if I can, just talk about ATAC real quick while I'm here.
Yes, sir.
So President Simpson asked me to be the representative for MSFA to the Anti-Terrorism Advisory Council. I've attended 2 meetings since then. They meet monthly. We have a seat on their executive committee, which is what I'm representing. Just a couple things coming up. The subcommittee, Fire Service Subcommittee, where they're working on key intelligence questions and intelligence topics for the fire service. So what keeps you up at night and how to get that information to you. The 4 areas are critical assets, cybersecurity and infrastructure, fire and medical intelligence, CBRN, and threat awareness, because we know it's a lot different today than it was 20 years ago. Just as a note, it is challenging to share some of the information with the volunteer side, and there is a solution there somewhere that we have to come to. A lot of that is to keep updated records on who's in charge, because they can't send it to everybody. It's a need-to-know basis. And the big thing is no personal emails. We get a lot of personal emails, so it's got to be a departmental email or government email to be able to get that information. So more information. It's only been 2 months, so we're kind of getting into it a little bit. And then lastly, for Hampstead, we're celebrating our 125th anniversary, October 4th. You are all invited. We're having an open house and a parade to kick off Fire Prevention Week and to celebrate 125th anniversary. So more information is on the website, or if you have questions, just let me know. We're selling challenge coins still. I'll make sure Mark has them because I'll probably be leaving after lunch. And then September 13th, we're having a golf tournament. We tried Saturday thinking people wouldn't have to take off of work. We're down golfers, so evidently people like taking off work to go golf. So if you're interested, flyers on the back. Thank you, sir.
Any questions, concerns? Thank you. Cumberland Valley and National Volunteer Fire Council, Dave Lewis is away, would not be here today. I don't know if Past President Worthington wanted to say anything about Cumberland Valley? Okay. Bob, you're up. Yes, there are reports for Dave on Cumberland Valley, National Volunteer Fire Council, the grants, and the other committees that he's on.
Not knowing what's in Dave's report, but the best I can give you is on September the 21st, after the Pennsylvania Convention in King of Prussia, Cumberland Valley will be holding their fall booster meeting at King of Prussia Fire Company. And you're all welcome to come. We're also looking for new members like everybody else, and to belong to the Cumberland Valley Firemen's Association. It may break you, but the dues are $5. So the new officers, I don't know if they put that in your report, but the new officers president is John Gonzalez from New Jersey. First Vice President Todd Lease. Second Vice President is Tanya Hooper. Treasurer is Joe Bynum. And the directors are Steve Austin, Dave Lewis, Justin Gerhardt. And Justin is a young gentleman from Halfway Fire Company in Washington County who is also president of Halfway Fire Department, a young gentleman. So we got a young person coming on board, hopefully to work with us and be able to bring more young people in. And myself is the fourth director that was elected this year. We're 4 of 7 directors that. So, other than that, if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them for you, but that's it.
Now Mr. Worthington's going to step up to the plate after he got you up there.
I knew I could get him up here.
Okay, we just concluded our convention last month. Very well attended. It was in concert with the Newport Fire Company, their 100th anniversary. They had a week-long celebration which lasted very good. Just great camaraderie, great everything about it, and it concluded Saturday morning with an hour-and-a-half parade. So the parades are not dead. You just have to initiate them and work at them to make them go. One of the highlights at the meeting, or several highlights, but the bylaw change from member companies got defeated or get passed, and there is no longer a member company part. So with that, we've asked to go around and highly publicize our individual membership, as Bob said, $5. We need that's $5 you'll ever spend. Along with that, Friday we had the President's Council meeting. We had representatives from all the surrounding states here, plus New Jersey and where else, Bob? That was it. Okay.
Well, we had the federal partners.
Yes, we had all of our federal partners were there, along with the federal agencies. A great day, great information. The 40th anniversary of the President's Council, which is certainly one of the highlights of Cumberland Valley, getting everybody together. Our leadership was there, participated to give a great report and the like. So I think that's it.
Thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you bring us updates.
Okay.
Gene was talking about their parade. Now, I didn't get attended, but I think Gene did. But there was 7 or 9 bands there. Yeah. And we had the mummers out of Philadelphia was there. But one thing on top of that, all those bands, Newport paid them to come. That was the only way we got them there, or they got them there. And they had like 90 different pieces of apparatus signed up for the parade. Parade was what, 2.5 hours long? Hour and a half. So, like Gene said, parades aren't done, but you got to look at how, or I guess you manage the parade. And one of the other ones was our band, the Westminster Municipal Band, was part of their parade also.
Thank you. Is there anybody here, maybe Bridget, talk about the memorial in Annapolis?
Dennis will be here tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. We now go to MDOT, Mr. Kevin Fox. He's not here? Okay. So at this point, that's the last committee I have before we start. That was the last report before we were going to start our committee reports. It is 10 minutes to lunchtime. I think we'll do the 50-50 drawing, and then after a 45-minute lunch break, we will do the start our committees. So the 50-50 lady, when you're ready. Okay. That's all right. Adds money to my winnings, right? Okay, thank you. Straighten me out, Chaplain. We'll have prayer by Chaplain now. Yes, sir.
I think we ought to just head over to Vigilant, $550,000.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Fire marshal out or something.
I want to thank everyone for their donation. The winner gets $173. The ticket number is 698-4266.
Not even close.
698-4266.
Draw another, they left.
Do we have a winner?
At least it's a local one. All right, so we're going to now have the chaplain, and then again, lunch will be in about 5 minutes, 12 o'clock, so they have time to get a drink, maybe go to the restroom. Lunch will be 45 minutes, and then we'll get back together again. I want to thank you for your patience and all your support this morning. Chaplain, it's all you. Oh, don't forget to make a donation when you go through the line. Ladies first.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, as we take this moment to break bread together, Father, we just ask you to bless this food, to nourish our bodies, and bless those who have prepared it. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Test, test. Test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Test, test.
Okay. Ways and means. But we're going to do that tomorrow.
Huh?
We're going to do that tomorrow.
This whole section?
Yeah. Ways and means and budget. We'll do tomorrow. Ways and means and budget will be tomorrow with financial.
Okay, what, the top two tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All come to order, please. So first up will be VCAF. Whichever you prefer, sir. Of course, after that meal, you probably need some caffeine. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Is this, yeah, I guess it's one.
You're on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Executive Committee, presidents. At this time, as was reported earlier today by MDEM, VCAF has $4.1 million to lend as of this time. After talking with Craig yesterday, Harmon, we have one application possible that's in the works. Not sure if it'll be done in time. The cutoff time is September the 14th. It's in Washington County, and Rick Blair is working diligently with the company to get it completed in time for our review. It's for a tower. The price is quoted at $2.5 million. So, don't know if it'll happen or not, but that's what's going on. Like I say, the period's been open since July the 1st. So, and everybody's been notified several times. The board members of any companies wanting to apply, please do it now. And this is the only response we've gotten, other than a couple said they want to do construction in buildings, which we're not doing because obviously we don't have the funds. So that's where we stand. We don't have a place for the meeting yet. If it's only one company, I don't like to do them virtual, but I probably will, because I don't believe in dragging everybody from around the state for a half-hour meeting for a company, one company only. So that's where we stand. Craig and I are going to meet with the new representative from Prince George's County on the 2nd of September at Odenton. Vic's been invited if he wishes to attend with the gentleman. And this is just so we get to put a face to a name, get to know who they are, explain a little bit about the policy of what we expect and how it works. Craig's got a program already set up, and that'll go over pretty easily. So at this time, that's about the only thing I have, and can't guarantee anything, of course, because we don't have any money. Anybody got any questions or anything they need to ask about VCAF? Okay.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
it.
So next is convention and conference. If you come forward, and you can bring anyone you want to the table with you.
Nobody wants to come with me, it looks like.
Oh, no.
It might not be good, huh?
Oh, here they come.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chairs, members, and officers. For the record, Robbie Blackston, Convention Committee Chair. Our 2025 convention was a success with the transition year. And I want to start out by thanking President Simpson for the appointment to this position. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Chief Sarnicki for his years of dedication of chairing the convention committee, his leadership and guidance and mentorship to this organization. And it was well noted, and it wasn't unnoticed at any time. Convention committee held the post-convention meeting on July 30th at Odenton. Thanks to Odenton for hosting. They usually host all of our meetings. Just a few highlights, and I'll go into depth on, I'll just preview this. Parade, bingo, memorial service, some audio, and we've talked to Chris about that, and some workstations. That's behind the scenes things, but we discussed it. So I'll run back and go through the parade. Some of you should have received, most of us should have received, and I've had a few people get back with me on didn't receive it, and I think you need to check your spam. So the parade group, Past President Roger Steger, Past President Paul Sterling, myself and Executive Director Lovelace got together right after the convention. So since July, we've been on a weekly basis with emails and calls. We put out a survey from the parade standpoint. I think there's 5 questions. And the feedback started last Friday, and we're going to run it through September 15th. And I think, help me out, Kate, 79? As of this morning, 79 responses. So I'm kind of excited about that number, but I hope that number grows. The reason being we've done this, there's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of conversation about the awards of the parade, the low attendance of the parade, and Past President Steger, sitting to my left here, was instrumental in kicking this thing off with the Ocean City government also. So we will be meeting with the town of Ocean City in reference to the parade in general to see what we can do or they can do to help us. We think it's time. A lot of you sitting in this room remembers the old days, and I call the old days of where the parade route used to be. Now it's up further. And if you can remember, a lot of businesses were upset when we moved because we were so close to the boardwalk. And I know it created congestion of traffic and all that, but I can tell you there were some big parades. We were 3 to 4 hours lengthy parades and a lot of great turnout. So with all that said, I just want to bring us back that we thought it was time to look at this, and we are very seriously. I will assure you there will be a parade in 2026. Now, I heard earlier that some people had some great success with parades, and parades are still around.
But anyway, we're working hard to make this happen. So once the feedback is received, we will use this, and Past President Steger he's working hard with the government. We're going to meet with the government in September, so that's how soon we're going to meet. We're not going to wait to later to do this. We need to do this now. So the mayor and council, excuse me, yes, the mayor and council we will be meeting with. So that's important. And I just want to touch on that. Any questions with that from the executive committee? Any concerns? This is time for some feedback while we're going through this. You got anything? The biggest, couple biggest things is we're going to try to reach out, just to update everybody, try to reach out to get some more participants as we did in the past. And one of the big things that Past President Sterling is really big on, and I think he's on top of this, is we're going to try to have a grand marshal, meaning that somebody we can pull or draw folks to this event to make this event to where it was. So that's one of the biggest things. And actually, we was emailing on the way up here and back and forth all day yesterday. So, Kate, did you have anything to add with the parade as we spoke with Paul and everything?
No.
Okay. The other thing is memorial service. We talked about that at the convention. We are bringing the Sea of Blue back. Sea of Blue will be back to memorial service. I've got some folks that's going to be in charge of that. Already stepped forward, was willing to help out. So there will be, it would be a structured event. I mean, as far as the memorial, I know we've had some feedback from, it was confusion with all this and how we get people lined up and all that, but it's going to be a structural part of this. The other thing we talked about a little bit, and Chris helped us out at the meeting, was the audio for the sessions. There was some feedback with that. The other big thing is we've always talked about it, was lodging. That's something that we'll be working with the Hotel Association and all that to try to get some better feedback from that. The executive committee meeting on Wednesday from the convention meeting was a go, but the feedback we got was we're going to move that to room 201, 202 instead of having it in the ballroom, because there was a couple things. That ballroom was large, and if you were sitting in the executive committee, we had people in the back of the room or back of the ballroom, and we had people up front, and there was a lot of open space. So we're going to bring that back to that room where we do on Sunday, 201, 202. So everybody's in that. I know it's a smaller setting, but I think it's better for this executive committee at that time. I'll go through the branch directors before I end my report. Kate, did you want to talk on exhibits?
Excuse me. As reported previously, the exhibits were sold out. We did get some feedback from the vendors. We're about half and half of people who want to see Sunday come back. Some of the smaller vendors seem to enjoy the stroller derby, as they call it, on Sunday. But the larger vendor apparatus vendors and some of the equipment vendors like the fact that they didn't have to come in to set up until Sunday. Especially when you have 10 to 15 employees coming down to Ocean City for a show, to house them Saturday night or even Friday night into the weekend is pretty pricey. So that being said, I think this year, we're still kind of looking at the schedule, but it's probably still going to be Monday, Tuesday, and the same with classes Monday, Tuesday. We were looking at, when people do come down for the parade, that was more feedback that we received from the membership, that, they like to be able to stop by and see the vendors. But if the vendors don't want to be there, it's kind of difficult to kind of finagle that. So once we kind of pin down the schedule for convention, and if everything stays the same, we'll probably just stick with Monday, Tuesday for this year, and then look to see if we need to make any changes. Same thing with education seminars. It'll be Monday and then Tuesday morning. I think that was great that we stopped at Tuesday. We didn't have any Tuesday afternoon classes, because once Tuesday afternoon hit and the elections and stuff were over, and the awards were over, then people kind of dispersed. So that's all I have.
Randy, do you have anything on administration?
So I too want to thank Ron. I too want to thank Ron and recognize him for all his years of wisdom and guidance and steering the committee, keeping the convention committee viable and the convention itself. It's like Robbie said, with him, Kate, and Lynn and everybody else, it just don't start like the week of the convention and right after the convention is ongoing until the next convention. So we thank everybody's hard work there. We had a couple people that, between health and time and tenure, working on the convention committee, wanted a break. So Rose Patafini, I probably spelled her name wrong or pronounced it wrong, and Miss Nancy Cox for health. We appreciate all that they have done and brought to and assist the convention doing their part. So we got some replacement for them. But the bottom line is, the way I look at it is that the core group is not getting any younger, and it'd be nice to have somebody, able bodies, maybe a little younger, or just some general overall help to assist everybody on the convention to keep it viable and make it a success. So anybody that know anybody or anybody that would like to help us, we appreciate it. Also thanking Doyle for, despite what he went through with his accident and stuff, he hung in there and to make sure his part was taken care of at the convention.
Thank you, Randy. Mr. Bob Jacobs. He's in the middle. Kenny Bush, is he still here?
No, he left.
He does?
Oh, I have something on that.
Huh?
So I did reach out to Ken Bush last week. We have a couple of keynotes that we're actively looking at for next year. And like Randy said, it doesn't just start, a couple of weeks or a month before convention. I mean, we're already starting 2026 planning now. If you have an exceptional speaker, somebody that's come through your department, someone that's within your department, someone that's, well-rounded in a certain topic that is relevant to the fire service and the Maryland Fire Service as right now, please let me know. Please send them my way. See if there might be a good fit for keynote. We want to make sure that it's something that people want to come and listen to. We're talking about possibly some of the major events that have gone on within Maryland, having a professional come in and speak about those active incidents that we've had. Talk about some of the struggles, whether it's a recruitment and retention piece or a leadership piece, something like that. So if you have any ideas or anybody that's would fit that bill, please send them my way.
You're looking at the bridge collapse?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Jeff Donahue is available to speak about that yet, but something like that, or the Western Maryland flood, something where we have a kind of subject matter expert that was deeply involved in the missions out there or wherever to speak. I think that would be good topics to show what goes on around the state of Maryland.
One other good note is that we're not competing with the air show in 2026. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes things that happened this year that was going to get ugly, and I will tell anybody that there was a lot of work behind the scenes. Parking, believe it or not, it gets crazy out front, is what I call it. But we won't be competing this year. The next or the following, or excuse me, 26, 27. That's a whole nother. We'll have to deal with that, and that's something else we was going to discuss. The other key component with the parade and awards or whatever, we're looking at possibility, and we're going to meet with Jolly Rogers with this, is maybe moving the awards or the after parade awards would be possibly move to Jolly Rogers to have a gathering, family gathering again, whether it be a little bit of a food truck or food and maybe a little after music or something like that to hold our participants, because I was talking with the parade group, and believe it or not, there was only 4 apparatus in the parking lot at the convention center at the awards ceremony. And at the end of the day, correct me if I'm wrong, the ones that were there were so many awards that was executive committee members or other members, the companies left. So we're trying to keep our participants there. That's what we have a convention for. And with that said, executive committee, we're listening to our membership. We're asking for feedback. We're listening. And that's our goal. That's what we're here for. This convention conference is for our membership, and we want to do the best and make the best we can. And in closing, our next convention meeting will be October 29th at Odington. Steering committee will start at 1800, followed by the full convention committee at 1900. Any questions?
Mr. Brooks?
Knew who's going to do it.
This has nothing to do with you. How's that? All right?
Okay.
I'm going to step in the biggest mud puddle in the room right now. I want to congratulate the chair of the executive committee for outstanding leadership on Wednesday morning when the fire alarm sounded in the convention center.
Absolutely.
I don't want to hear laughter. I want to hear fury, because we embarrassed ourselves. That fire alarm went off. The chair immediately announced to leave the building, and 50% of the butts in the chairs didn't move. And one of our individuals, when I was trying to help move people out, looked at me and said, "I'll move when I smell smoke." Really? I got issues with you. For 10 years, I chaired the Fire Prevention Commission, or for 4 years of my 10, I chaired it. I passed it on to Tim Dayton. I'm confident that he shares the emotion. If the fire marshal were here, I'd thoroughly enjoy engaging him on this. But my dear friends, no one loves the convention more than I do. But I cannot stand the fact that we throw mud in the face of what we teach our constituencies every day. We are so wrong, I can't stand it. I don't have an answer. I bring it to all of you. Again, leadership responded appropriately. The membership failed. We need to do something about that with the additional messages. Maybe safety needs to step up and bring that into the safety message. In the event, we will. Don't stop, don't breathe, keep walking and moving. We had people in wheelchairs to move that morning, in roll aids, what do they call them, rollers, right? That type of thing to get out the escalator. Yeah, I don't think so. We had work to do if we were going to evacuate that building appropriately, and we failed. I'm not happy about it. So that's my deal. It's the big mud puddle. I can't help it, but I hadn't heard anything yet this morning. It's a second session. Again, the retired Deputy Chief Fire Marshal acted appropriately on our behalf. So thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Anyone else? Comments, suggestions? Oh, Eric?
Eric Smothers, Press President. I just got a question for Kate in the convention committee, I guess. You're talking about the vendors and going back to Sunday for some of those smaller folks. There's a way that we can maybe have a staggered for the larger folks that don't want to come in that would accommodate some, because they're looking at cash flow, and I understand that. And I can tell you, I mean, the presidents, we were just out in West Virginia at their conference here. A lot of folks still look to Maryland because we still have the largest convention. And of course, we got the ocean, and we're capitalizing on that, and people's vacation time, and that's part of the draw, you know, to accommodate that. I still believe that's part of it, because some people only get that 1 week of vacation, and they need to get the biggest bang for the buck.
So we did talk about that, and that was one of our biggest issues, is the way that we have our vendors come in. We do the booth vendors first, and then the apparatus vendors come in. If we were able to separate them into two sections, that would be possible. We'd be able to have whoever booth vendors wanted to come in, set up on Sunday, we would be open for a couple of hours, but because of the way the apparatus comes in, it's just not, it's a safety issue. Yeah. We can't have it open and have apparatus coming in at the same time, the whole 9 yards. So that's the piece that we talked about already. The only other thing that we did talk about was partnering with Frank, because Frank does the flea market. And if we were able to offer some space within the flea market for some of the smaller mom and pop vendors that wanted to come in on Sunday during the flea market hours, or if they wanted to be in the flea market area for the time that we would be open Monday and Tuesday.
To sell a little bit of their content, not the whole shebang.
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
Yep.
a
yeah, so
smaller
they
scale
would have a
downsizing.
soft kind of opening
Yep.
on Sunday
Yeah,
in the
soft
flea
opening.
market. So this way it would give Frank some numbers in the room, fill the room. It would be kind of like a, you know.
Kickoff.
Yeah, they'd have to pay, you know, we were talking about maybe charging them, you know, $10 for a table, whatever. We don't even know if we're going to do that, but we're kicking some things around to allow some of the smaller vendors to come in and sell on Sunday.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I noticed that flea market was kind of scarce this year. So,
Yeah.
I mean, to try to accommodate them a little bit, maybe, you know, they're already paying for the hall already up front, you know, and you're right on target with it. Maybe just give them a table, say, okay, if you want to sell some of your merch out there, it gives you a little bit of time before we open up, just for the safety reasons.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure that out because we want all of our vendors to be happy. You know, we want it to make sense for the smaller vendors who want to come in and, like you said, just sell their merch and, you know, be there for you know, the memorial service. Some of the people come in a little early so they can, you know, walk the halls and stuff. But it's, you know.
Well, yeah, and you're right. And
It's a
like
work
I
in
say,
progress for
you know,
this
and
year.
for the folks that haven't gone out to some of the other conventions, I can tell you, between Virginia, West Virginia, and Delaware, a quarter of this room, that would be their merchandise. That's all they have.
Yep.
You know, for 3 days, that's all they have. So we're way ahead of the
And,
game.
and we appreciate that, and that part of this, the survey, I think there's a comment section. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why we put that comment section there. Yeah, all this stuff is, as we start, we use this survey to our advantage to make decisions and bring them back here to this body so we can make the best conference and convention we can. So, you know, we're hard at work, and we'll continue to be every day we do it. So just want to thank the opportunity, and is there any other questions?
Watch the language down there. There's children in the room.
It's on.
Just a comment, Robbie. As the president of the convention, for what it's worth, which I know is very little now, I was very pleased with the way the convention went, what you and your people did, what Kate did with the exhibit, what Roger did with the parade. But the thing that most impressed me about the convention is how well the black curtain worked. Are you listening back there? I said how well the black curtain worked. They kept me from falling on my face many a time. They did an extremely good job, Bert. I was told when I got sworn in, you know, just listen to the black curtain, it won't lead you wrong.
That's right.
On the stage. And the black curtain has been perfect.
That's right. That's right.
So I think you all did a hell of a job.
Thank you, Minnie, Past President.
Any other comments, questions?
Mr.
Yes, sir,
Chairman?
go ahead.
I just want to reiterate, you know, the survey that they're sending out, I've already answered mine and sent it in, thank you very much. But we're talking about getting the younger generation involved. So those of you that have the survey, take it back to your stations, get your younger members to fill one out. Let's get that number up a little bit. I'd rather have, you know, make it a company your company that sends it in, but get the input from your younger members. That's the only way we're going to make this thing work, because we can make all the decisions in the world we want to, but if they don't want to do nothing with that, they're not going to be there. So if they have an input, maybe that'll change it. So I'm just asking you for the convention committee to please talk to your younger members, get their input to submit to these forms. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all I have. Mr.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Member Chip Jewell is up for constitutional bylaws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The report was submitted August 5th, but didn't make the list very quickly. We have not had a meeting. We do not have anything specific with respect to bylaws at this time. However, I have been approached by the VCAF regarding the bylaw changes needed to conform with the present policies and procedures of VCAF. The issue is, though, those policies and procedures need to also be changed legislatively before we can change the bylaws. So, Chairman Phillips, I did recommend that Joe get with you. Anytime you mess with legislation, you have a potential issue of making another change you don't want. That's the only problem. But we really can't change the bylaws to something that would be conflicting until the legislation is accurate. So we're kind of caught in the middle. It needs to be done at some point in time, but how Joe, you correct me if I'm wrong, but how the VCAVs are functioning now does not conform with our bylaws nor the present legislation. So we will take actions as far as once we know where we need to go. But he'll get with you, Joe. Joe will get with you with respect to what the changes need to be. So that's an issue that needs to be done for VCAF, but the bylaws can't take action until we have legislative action to correct it.
All right. Any comments? Member Whipple? You're one.
Just the conflicts, are they potentially something serious enough to invalidate something the committee and the board may make, or is there just language, you know?
Apparently right now, and Joe, if you're still here, I don't know if you, the policies and procedures that they follow today do not totally confide with what the law is. They're doing things differently than what the law actually says. It has to do with dates, the organization they report to, MDEM now's in the law. There's several little, I think it's mostly logistical, Vic, quite honestly.
Okay.
But we can't make changes until the legislation makes changes. And I don't have the specifics on it. I didn't get into the specifics with Joe.
There are some changes that when MEMA became MDEM, it created an environment where a lot of paperwork had to change from military to where the military changed as the recipient of all the paperwork. That has internally already been taken care of. So any of those changes, the VCAF committee came to us 2 years ago. And I went to MDEM, I discussed it with their people. They were going to take care of it, and they did take care of it. All of that has to do with the change from the military to MDEM has already been taken care of.
Okay, I'll get with Joe, see if there's anything further. I know that was one of the issues, but I think there was something else legislative. So I'll get with Joe, find out specifics, and get with you.
The only thing that's came up this past year was MDEM, the office that all the reports and the payments and everything had to go to. That did change.
Right.
And Joe reported on that as far as the changes. But whatever had to be done legislatively has been taken care of.
Okay. As soon as if we get the information, then we can go forward from there.
Chair recognizes Jeannie.
Yes, the one big issue currently is the legislation says that the VCAF board will do an annual report. Well, Craig has to get all that information from MDEM. MDEM, in effect, does it. They give Craig the report, Craig does his report, sends it to MDEM, and they've already done it. So it needs to be changed that, I mean, why does the committee or the board have to do a report when all the information is at MDEM? It doesn't make sense that we have to do a report and give it to MDEM when MDEM has all the information.
Sure, the T's crossed or I's dotted, I guess. Maybe.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's one of the big issues that's where the difference is.
We got plenty of time to work on whatever needs to be done. We'll certainly take care of it. But Gene, Joe, get with Bob if there's anything else. We'll get working on it.
Okay, I'll talk with Joe and with Craig. This has already been discussed, and I think the gentleman does the report just was reported. And it was discussed last year. I don't know what the end result on it was, but I know what he's talking about now.
Very good. Thank you. That leads us into the Legislative Committee report. Okay.
Mr. Chair. Right now. Hello. Oh, well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob Phillips, representing the Legislative Committee for the MSFA. I did send in a report. If nobody reads it, it'll make me happy because I found a few typos in there. The highlights of it, I would have to say, what has been going on? Since we closed the session, we've had the convention, and things are starting to heat up again. Some of the things the Legislative Committee has been taking care of. We had a cancer screening program, cancer screening funding legislation last year. We've been working with the Maryland Department of Health, trying to make this a little easier for the fire companies to be able to apply this year. As late as just at the MACO convention, I was meeting with members from Maryland Department of Health. The application process is really onerous, overly so on volunteer fire companies. Quick numbers, last year they had 10 grants for $40,000 apiece. They had 6 applications, 4 were approved. And everybody, the other 2 that were not approved, when they asked why not, they never got answers back. And so I'm working with them at this present time, or they're working with us to try to make this a little easier to use for this year. Some of the other things we've had going on about, we've already reached out to legislators for this upcoming session. I've heard back from Senator Jackson, Michael Jackson. He will be our sponsor on the Senate side. Speaker Pro Tem Dana Stein will be our sponsor on the House side. I've already got confirmations on this. And both of them, you know, Bob, our chief, we don't have any money. I don't know what we're going to do. And I said, well, I'm going to keep asking, because if I don't keep asking, you're never going to give me any. It seems like every year they got about $800 million they give away after the budget's been sent from the governor to the House and the Senate. And quite honestly, $4.3 million every year would do something good for the fire service. There's money in there for $2 million ongoing every year for the VCAF. Be $1 million in there every year for the AMOS fund. This is additional every year. It just keeps going up. And that would be $1.3 million for our income tax subtraction plan. I'm in the process now of getting meetings with members on the Senate Finance, Senate Budget and Taxation Committees. They handle the money on the Senate side. I'm working to get a meeting with the House Appropriations. That shouldn't be very much of a problem. House Ways and Means. This is where our money gets held up every year. Been continuing now. This will be my 3rd year trying to get a meeting with the chair of that committee. If anybody here has any kind of contact with Chair Vanessa Atterbury, anything you can do to get us in that door. It seems like all of our bills go in there and they die. We had some questions come up just recently on 508 AMOS funds and how they can be used for, and the way the bill is written, it talks about rehabilitation of equipment. It does not speak of repair, except you can't use it for repairs due to regular maintenance. Like you're putting fan belts or hoses on a piece of equipment or air filters. You know, you can't use it for those repairs. But anyhow, working with MDEM on those kinds of issues, getting them taken care of. Our attorney, Mike Farlow, of course he's not here now, but I asked him to weigh in on the situation. We were able to get some answers for fire companies on that. Throughout the summer, we were represented down at the MML and the MACO conventions. Both of these turned out to be very good times. Got to speak with several members of legislature. I got 5 to 7 minutes. Joel McCrae, he'll be giving you past president, he'll be giving you a report tomorrow. He and I got to talk one-on-one with the governor. Wouldn't have happened if we weren't there. And the governor seemed like, well, we didn't know about this, and he turned around to his chief of staff and said, we know about this, and the chief of staff said yes. Oops. So they have known about it. But he, words and actions, he said he would meet with us, working on that at this time, trying to get these things worked out. I have a question for the executive committee having to do with legislative issues. It was brought to me, I was speaking with a gentleman who is very prominent in Annapolis. And every time I go over to the House or the Senate, he's always there. He's in all the hearings. And he's a very well-respected individual there. I got a few minutes of his time, and he said, when was the last time you did a survey? And I said, well, I can't answer that question. He said, you need to get a survey out to all the members of the House and the Senate and ask them specifically, are they going to support you, and list all of your issues and use that. He said, there's no better time than to do it right now. I'm putting this out to you. I'd like to have some action on this tomorrow. I'd like to make a recommendation that we can do a survey. Now, I spoke with, and I like to do this in conjunction with Maryland Fire Chiefs. I happen to know the president. He's in favor of it on that side. But we can do this. We can get it out. We can send it to all the members of legislature and get their responses if they choose to respond or not. We make an issue of it. And we use that when we go to session this year. I would ask the question, when have we ever done something like this? Or when was the last time we did something like this? I've talked with a member with the Maryland Fire Chiefs, and he asked me if I wanted to get it done before the end of the week. That's why I got to go to the MSFA. I got to put it out to them. If not, we're going to do it through the Maryland Fire Chiefs. But I think we need to do it through both associations. We need to tie the entire fire service into this. And I believe this can be a very good tool for us. I'm reaching for everything I can up here. I'm not getting all the help that I think we should get, and I don't think that legislature in general understands and appreciates. And we need to make our voice heard a little bit more. This is another tool in the box maybe we can use. So again, I'll apologize. I won't be here tomorrow. It will be an action item for tomorrow's good of the order or new business or whatever you want to put it under. But I would like for this body to consider that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion that we support the chairman of the legislative committee in putting the survey together jointly between the MSFA and the Maryland Fire Chiefs.
Chip, second by Chip Jewell. Comments, suggestions, recommendations, questions?
Just one comment. Next year's local election year. No better time to do it.
They're
going to be running for office.
And that was what was brought up, yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Local elections are next year, so if we want to do anything, that's the time to get it because they're looking for votes, and a couple votes here and there in the fire service won't hurt them.
Well, if we can go forward with this, get the information, we can use it statewide, locally, you know. We've got to get support. I've got a lot of, everybody I talk to, not a problem. Call me. I'll be glad to help you. I spoke with the Speaker of the House at Mako, and she said, I spoke with her last year. She told me, she said, get back with me. I want to meet with you about these issues. We need to let them know that, hey, look, this is real, and we're going to speak at the ballot box. We need support. So it's just thank you very much for that, Tim. I appreciate that.
So, will we see those questions before it gets distributed?
I would be, yes, sir, that would be part of it. It's going to be short. It'll be less than 10 questions, I'm sure. But yes, it would come back to this body before it was ever put out. I can't represent this body. I can the other side, but I can't this one. But yes, it would come back to this one. But anyhow, these are the types of things we've been working on.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion, we have a second. We've had our discussion. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, go ahead,
I've
our
got a
past
question,
president.
sir. You told me I could ask questions.
Absolutely, sir. Feel free to.
Bob, have you given any thought, if you're including the
the Maryland Fire Chiefs, MSFA, have you given it any thought to including the IAFF?
It would be the IFF and the Metro Chiefs also, yes, sir.
Because, I mean, you know, you're going to have to fight them, and them are us, we are they. Like the cartoon used to say, who is the enemy? It's us. They're going to be down there anyway, so if just the thought of including them in this, and get a solid union, not union, but a solid front to present to the legislature.
No, they would be consulted on this, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you for listening.
Do any of the officers have anything at this time they want to comment on it?
I would just suggest, which I'm sure you'll do, Chief, is make sure it's synced with things, you know, the president's letter already to the governor, and so we're not, you know, saying one thing on one elevator and another thing on a different elevator, right? So.
Yes, sir.
And I would also suggest when we come up with that set of questions, that we also share those through the exec committee, through the associations across the state, so they all know what we're all working towards. So when they go out on their own, you know, they have that same set of information that we're all kind of speaking again from the same set of issues or concerns.
Yes, sir. Not a problem.
President Simpson.
I think the motion is for the combination of the fire chiefs and the Firemen or Firefighters Association to conduct this survey. I understand that we're looking at the overall picture of fire service in the community. What do the legislators know, and so on. But you know, I think we want to keep it that this is a volunteer survey, that this is to find out what they think of what's going on within the volunteer community, within their jurisdiction, wherever they're at. And I think that's the important part, because that's what we need to know. We need to, this survey will then also be giving them some information as to who we are and what we do in contributing to the safety within their communities. So I can see getting some additional input, but I think we need to make sure that we stay this with a volunteer perspective.
I can convey it to, and I speak with the president of the IFF for the state of Maryland, Jeff Buttle. I speak with him on a regular basis. And the past president of Metro Chiefs was Chief Tom Coe. I think they have a new president now. But normally most of the stuff I do through Metro Chiefs goes to Chief Coe. And I would not put it out without contacting them and letting them know that's what we're doing. I'm not so, you know, I wouldn't be necessarily asking them to join into it with us, but I would not do it without letting them know we're doing it. If they want to support us, that's fine. I don't think we'll get any opposition out of either one of them, because without a volunteer fire service, the IFF can't do it all. You can't hire enough people. How long has it taken Carroll County to hire 200 people? And if, you know, so I don't see any problem with them, but I wouldn't do it without them knowing about it ahead of time. I think that would be the fair thing to do. We've got a very good working relationship, all four associations.
All right, last call for questions, comments. Is everyone familiar with what we're voting on? Okay, I'll call for the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposing? Anyone abstaining?
I would like to point out I did abstain from it.
Thank you, sir. Anything else for us today?
That's pretty much what we've been up to. I think that covers everything. The only other thing I've got here, again, legislative committee gets called on for a lot of different things. Not all of them are legislative, but we get called on to help with different things. There was one county that evidently had an issue that came up between the county sheriff's department, county EMS department. And it was, I would have to say the end result was that there was a misunderstanding of what the two organizations could do in conjunction with and parallel to each other. Came down to this. If you've got an EMS crew out and they need assistance with a patient, so according to what kind of assistance they need as to whether the sheriff's department or any law enforcement agency can help. And you have to go back and understand how the law was changed in 2021 as to the interaction of law enforcement with civilians and people in the street. Basically, a law enforcement officer cannot touch a person unless they're going to place them under arrest. There are some circumstances where they can. It's a very narrow definition in there today. But if a law enforcement officer touches a person, lays their hands on them in any forceful manner, they better be putting handcuffs on them or they can be arrested for assault. So if you're asking a law enforcement officer to assist an EMS crew with a patient that is not working with them, that is working against them, as long as it doesn't become combative, a law enforcement officer can't touch them. And asking them to do that, you're getting outside the law. Just because they are uncooperative doesn't mean they can help you. The law enforcement can help EMS. This is what it basically came down to, an understanding of what one can do for another. That's where legislation came into it. So we get quite a few calls like this. Been busy throughout the summer, and rather than read a report to you that you can very well read, and I hope you don't because of some typos, that's pretty much what we've been doing.
Thank you.
Moving forward, we're trying to get ready for the next session, sir.
Very good, sir. Just real quick, I'll comment on the Fire Laws Book of Maryland. You heard previous today about the State Fire Prevention Code being adopted. The last time that book was produced was back in 2019. It has not been updated since. My question as chairman to this group is, do we want to produce another book, or do we just put it online so individuals have access to it that way? There's still going to be a cost associated with it, and no matter what, we have to produce some type of document per state law. But again, the book and distributing the copies and things like that is expensive and everything, but again, it's money that really isn't coming out of our budget per se. It's out of our allotment we get every year from the governor. But we have not, at least I have not as chairman, I've got a lot of calls or uproar of people asking me for books, or people wanting to know where the books are, type thing. So again, I'm just wondering if electronic version on our website would take care of it and meet the requirements we have to meet. The other question that I put to you is, as Ken Bush brought up earlier, they have started the process for the next cycle. And they're talking about spring of next year, again, of having to go through the process again for adopting another state fire prevention code and updating it. So do we spend the money at this point, or do we hold off and print it after they finish the next revision or the next update to the code? So that is the current question at this point. Tim Dayton.
I thought we discussed this before, and I think, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but we were going to print some of the books. We may not print as much as we have in the past, but we were going to print some of the books so the legislative committee and the General Assembly had a book, but we were also going to put it online so that we could reduce the amount of printed copies, but we still had, every fire department in the state had access to the fire laws book. I thought that's what we had discussed before. And I know he's looking, but I think we're fine to print now, because who knows when the next book would print it if we wait.
Go ahead, sir.
I can speak on behalf of the legislative committee. We get asked on a regular basis when we're going to be printing them again, and we explained it when we get a new fire code. Well, we got a new fire code. Now, how many, I'm not going to get in the middle of all that. I'd like to see a minimum of one for each fire company. I know we've had more than that before, and one for each member of legislature, because it's another chance we get to interact with some of the people we don't normally interact with. We're in their office speaking with them right then, handing them out and explaining what they are and who we are. So to that extent, I'd like to see us print something. Now, putting it online also, that's a great idea.
Well, it has been online and is currently on our website, is my understanding. We usually print 850 copies, and those copies go to the departments, the legislators, committee chairs, past presidents. So again, that would that's traditionally what has been produced, and I do know that the budget chair every year sets money aside to pay for the printing of the books. But Kate had a comment, and then I'll get back to you, budget chair.
I actually just double checked to make sure it was still on the website, but we can have a certain section within the website that has different versions if you wanted to have the different, it doesn't cost anything as long as we get the PDF version just to put it up on the website, and you can have multiple editions so people can always reference other editions as well. So it doesn't really cost us anything to put it on the website.
Well, I think there is, because you have to get it through the printer, and the way the state does their printing, there's only one person, one agency that's allowed to print the book and release the information for us to put it on the website. So there is a cost associated with us putting it on our website. It's not as much as producing the books, but there is cost. And then you could not, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we could not like put it on a laptop and carry it through the halls of the legislation. We had to have a disk and then put it on the laptop, because that was the concern years ago when we first started looking at doing it different ways. So again, but I mean, that's stuff we can work through. But again, just today, for today's conversation, I'm just looking for direction as, number one, are we going to produce the document? We have to produce a document, but I mean, in what format we're going to produce the document? And then if there's going to be any moving forward with doing it now or waiting for the next code to be adopted. And again, if we print it now and they adopt it next year, then you spent whatever amount of money for a product that's out of date.
The next fire code to come out will be 27. It would be discussed next year. It could be, because you got a year-long process where you send in questions and question what the changes are going to be, and then that gets changed. Then you get a question that changes. But the next fire code would be 27. Because it was 18, 21, 24, 27.
Mr. Budget Chair.
If I recall correctly, I know we used to print 800 copies. The last discussion we had, we were going to print, I think it was roughly 400 or something like that, just enough to hand to the legislators, have a few copies for people that needed them, and we were not going to give them to every station, that we were going to either do the disc or put it online or something like that, which very much helped with the cost. Mm-hmm. I would suggest that we do something similar to that, and that we do it now. And the reason being, as you stated, we've been putting money each year in the fire laws book account. This year we did not do so because we have so much money in there that sooner or later the state's going to say, if you're not going to use that money, give it back. The treasurer and I have been in conversation most recently about what can we do, even though we set that aside for fire laws books, that we need to spend that money. What can we do within the law and bring that account down because we have so much in it? So I'll make a motion that we we determine how many legislators we have and
190.
I'm sorry?
190, including the governor and the lieutenant governor.
Okay. And I believe the number, now that you said that, I believe the number was 300 last time we talked about. I'll make the motion, we print 300 copies and we do electronic the rest.
Okay. You get all that? Okay. Chip?
Just one other comment, and I'm glad we're moving forward because we're talking about the change of the code, the change of the code. That fire laws book has all kind of legislation in there that has been passed that we don't know about. So we've got changes that our own legislative assembly acts every year that's not in there. So we're a couple years behind on that as well. So it really is necessary to bring it up to date. So I support the motion.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any extensions? Okay. Moving forward, we are doing the federal oversight. I know Harv left, but Bob, you're going to give his report that was submitted? Thanks, sir. Are you going to take care of out-of-state coordinator while you're up there? Yes, sir. Thanks, sir.
As far as the federal legislation, I think you all got a copy of Harv's report. And I think the biggest thing out of that whole thing, of course, they're still on vacation till after Labor Day. So, but we're following some things, that pertain to the fire service. But one of the biggest things is this past week, through the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they shut down the National Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. That's about 25 people, I think, on that council that works on standardizing across the nation EMS service. So we're going to keep an eye on that. I think Eric and I had a chat about that last night along with the president. So that could be detrimental to the EMS service. So we're going to try to keep a track on that, where that goes and everything. But they got their letters and that they were terminated. So that's out of Harv's report. I would say that's the biggest thing we've got to keep an eye on right now, unless anybody has any questions about Harv's report, because we don't have a whole lot to talk about right now. There are a couple of bills, but they're still in committee, so we don't know how they're going to come out of committee first. Once they come out of committee, we will continue to work on them and make them happen. So that's the federal legislative report. The out-of-state coordinator report, that was also filed jointly. Of course, you heard that we at the association attended the Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firefighters Association convention and the President's Council meeting. President Simpson gave a very good up-to-date synopsis of what's going on in the state and what his programs were. All 5 states of the Cumberland Valley were there, along with New Jersey, a report from New Jersey. New York did not attend this year like normally. Can't tell you why, but they sort of have backed off, and I don't know what's going on. The next one was we were in West Virginia. We had President Simpson, Second Vice President Lutz, Past President Underwood and Smothers and myself were in attendance down there. I thought they had a pretty decent convention. It was held at the racetrack at Charlestown, or the casino, which is part of the racetrack. But they had a pretty good convention, I thought. It was a one-day affair. Well, 2 days. We attended one day of their convention. One of the conventions that we normally attend which was just, was the week after West Virginia, was the Virginia Firefighters Association. This year they were in Farmville, Virginia, which is like an hour, hour and a half below Richmond, almost to the North Carolina line. They advised there was no sense in us coming down for their convention, so we didn't send anybody because they only had a one-day conference. And I think most of that conference, I haven't had a chance to talk to their executive director yet, but that conference was looking at where they were going in the future, what they were going to do as far as convention or conference, how they were going to do it. The other 2 days of that meeting that they had down there was dedicated to training. So like I say, not having the opportunity yet to talk to their executive director, I don't know how that turned out or what kind of attendance they had. So hopefully I'll have more report at our next executive committee meeting. Coming up in the month of September, we have the Firefighters Association State of Pennsylvania conference coming up. That's on September the 19th, which is a Friday. We'll be attending that, and they also have a luncheon for the out-of-state guests. So we have about 5 or 6 people going. If anybody else would like to go, I need to know by tomorrow, because I got to give them a head count so they can get that all straightened out. And the last one is after the Pennsylvania convention, the next week is the Delaware Volunteer Firefighters Association Conference. And that's going to be held at 2 different locations. Headquarters is the Hyatt Dewey Hotel at Rehoboth, and the other one is the Rehoboth Convention Center where it was last year. And the reason it's separated like that is this year they were supposed to be in Wilmington because they went back to moving it around all 3 counties. Well, after taking a vote at their last convention, it was voted that they stay in Rehoboth, mostly due to the cost in Wilmington. So when they went to book it, the convention center already had dates filled in between in their date of their convention. So part of it's at the convention center, part of it's going to be at the Hyatt the hotel, which is the headquarters. The days is, and again, things have changed. We always attended their memorial service and luncheon on the same day. This year, the memorial service on Wednesday, the luncheon's on a Thursday. And they can only be in Rehoboth Beach for their convention from Monday to Thursday. That come from the mayor of Rehoboth Beach. So that's where that's going. I have a list that we've got together of about 15 or 20 people that will be attending the luncheon on Thursday. If anybody still wants to go, I think I have room for 1 or 2 more. But again, I need that information by tomorrow too, because I got to get that report into their secretary so they can make arrangements at the Dewey Hotel where the luncheon will be. Other than that, Cumberland Valley Booster Meeting, again, like I said earlier, will be the Sunday after the Pennsylvania conference in King of Prussia. Also tied into the Pennsylvania conference is on Saturday, they're going to have an antique fire muster at the King of Prussia fire station. So that should be very interesting. Any questions on that report? And the only other thing I have from Cumberland Valley is in the last 2 weeks, we've lost 2 law enforcement officers struck by on the highway. So we're up to 17 total fire deaths struck by on the highway this year so far, compared to last year's total was 45. Well, let's hope we don't make it 45 and keep it down within the 20s. But unfortunately, right now, law enforcement and towers are leading the struck by deaths. Law enforcement's got 8 and towers has got 7. Any questions? If not, thank you, sir.
I printed out a thing in July of this year. A group of people introduced a bill in D.C. to increase penalties for crime against first responders. I don't have a bill number in the article, but have you heard anything about this?
I haven't heard anything about that one.
Apparently there were.
We work very closely with the I chiefs or the NBSC in getting their legislative information or our information and working with them. They were part of the federal contingency that attends the Cumberland Valley Convention and gives a report. But they didn't talk anything about that bill.
It's designed to increase the penalties for crime against first responders, and then it notes about some first responders that were killed and a paramedic that was killed while performing their duties. And again, the bill was introduced in July of this year. So
Yeah.
I'll send an email to Harv and asking for an update. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No. Okay, then we're moving forward. We're up to grants is not here. Joint wellness, he's not here. EMS, Wayne Tone.
Good afternoon, folks. Can you hear me? Does it work? All right. All of y'all, no excuses that you didn't know what was going on because you were in the bathroom. Pleasant Valley's got it going on here with covering all bases. Very nice facility. Okay, we had our first meeting last week at Level, and a couple things that are on my goal list this year is, with being on the active assailant work group representing the MSFA, is ballistic protection and education for our personnel throughout the state. I know my company, we just purchased ballistic vests and adopted Cecil County's policy to be consistent on when to wear, how to wear, and all that. So I think it behooves us to get the word out so that everybody's on the same page throughout the state and they can make their decisions on their policies at their companies and county levels as far as our volunteer personnel. We met in Annapolis a couple years ago with Senator Gallion and Senator Hershey, and there's a stumbling block in the regs where a private ambulance company can't get paid to take someone to an ER. So skilled nursing facilities have been calling 911 for everything, routine trips and some non-emergent trips that could be handled by commercial facilities. So the regs need changed in Annapolis to make that happen as far as the privates getting paid for those trips, or we're just going to keep having to suck it up because they just keep calling us. I know we have a problem in Cecil County, a significant problem with our, because now, used to be a couple of them were mom and pop owned, personally owned. They sold to big conglomerates like Autumn Lake and all, and our calls have gone way up. And a lot of these places are managed out of state, so they just really don't care unless it's legislated or regulated to make them do what they need to do to take the burden off of us. Try to get EMT more online, where the didactic portions at least, so we don't have to travel to class sites so much now that EMT, and I know Lee Sachs is up there, cheering it on because he never liked the increase in hours, and he said you got to do something about hours that people are training or maybe try to do it online. And I think the didactic portion, we need to think out of the box to do more online than what we are right now so that we can try to attract people. Because if you get home at night, get it together after you get off work, have to travel half an hour to a class site, be there for 3 hours, come home an hour, your night is shot and you have to go work in the morning. So people aren't going to opt to take these classes. an accelerated EMT program and getting away from the module program. I know Cecil County and their School of Technology is trying to model the Delaware programs delivered at Christiana. They're very successful, where there's no modules where you fail out. It's a whole class, and then you level out, and you might be able to pick it up at the end and be successful. But right now, we're failing people out at a third of the way through, or half of the way, or 2/3 of the way through how it's set up now. Just passed out the notes, and there are some individual copies back there also that I brought. EMT and paramedic reentry for those that have had National Registry before. It's easier than what I ever thought it was. If you've ever been a paramedic, even 15 years ago, you can take the refresher and take the National Registry exam, and you're a paramedic again. EMT as well. It's outlined. So we need to get the word out to try to do some re-recruitment from within of people who may have given up their licensure for whatever reason to get them back in. And a lot of people have, I know we have 2 people in Cecil County. One's in the process and one already did it. So hopefully we can get some folks back to the service. And it's a big impact, because I got a guy now that's getting his back after about 15 years, and he's already made 200 calls this year. So if we can have him as an ALS provider, it would be a big help. So one of our biggest discussions at the EMS committee meeting as well was the new EMT program, not the EMT program, the refresher program. So it's now, instead of 12 and 12 skills and didactic, it's 9 and 15, 9 skills and all. And Gina can expand on that, because she's the resident expert as far as from her instructor perspective. So if you want to touch that.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just to touch on the BLS side of things, so it was changed recently, and that was a change within COMAR that was made. A little bit cart before the horse, but now that the cart has caught up to the horse, we are at 15 hours of didactic and up to 9 hours of practical. Now there's a couple different angles to look at this. So the one is the way that MIFRE is going to run the course that they've gotten approval for is to run it as just that. If you're going to do a full 24-hour refresher, which it still stays 24 hours, it'll be 15 hours of an in-person lecture section. So it'll be PowerPoints and with discussion as well, and case studies and what have you. And then it'll be 9 hours of practical session that is determined by the state of what exactly needs to be done as a practical. Now, within an academy setting, okay, outside of the MIFRE land, within an academy type setting, they can basically look at the folks and they can say, well, John Doe has run X amount of calls, and John Doe has done, let's say he's done 20 backboarding skills successfully over the past 3 years. We can check the box for that skill. Okay, so that you're going to see that the academies are going to be run slightly different than how the MIFRE classes are going to run, because they have that ability to do that. They can also come in and they can run a 6-hour practical session where it could be 6 hours of practical, and if everybody in that class, or if there are people, say you have 10 people and 7 out of the 10 are successful in that 6-hour class on the skills that are assigned, say a bent elbow, a backboard, some medications, whatever the case might be for that particular session, if those are assigned and every one of those, say 7 out of 10 are successful, those 7 people don't have to return for the remaining 3 hours. So they can essentially make up the 3 hours a different way. One of the ways that they were explaining in the BLS subcommittee was, they're very big on pushing mental health. So mental health type training, they'll accept that as training. It'll be a case-by-case basis for that additional 3 hours. They will provide a substantial amount of guidance for it, as far as what could be submitted through the MIMS site to replace those 3 hours, but the 3 hours will be required. So you still need to meet the 24-hour overall, okay? But it's a definitive 15 hours and a definitive 6 hours, with 3 hours kind of in limbo, if that makes sense. So with MIFRE, it's gonna be a straight up 24-hour class or a 15-hour online with a 9-hour in-person skills. Like we used to do 12 and 12, it'll be 15 and 9, or you can do the full 24-hour in person. So there's that side of it, but again, academies might run it different, and if that's the case, they'll have options for turning things in. Just to touch on that though, I think that it would be good to add to that, that we have current EMT students that we really need to work with. And we say that we need pass rates to get better, and we need things to get better, and like I touched on with the textbook issue earlier, I think that that comes from within your departments, okay? And that comes from within the folks that are already there. MIFRE does have a mentor program available from what we're told that's available that could be added. So that's something that might want to look into as at the county level, that maybe the county might want to add that. But we really need to get in there and we really need to go over stuff with the folks in the station now. And if you're not familiar with how things are being taught, by all means ask somebody that might be more current to come in and show you what the skill might be. So that way we make sure that we don't lose these people in the mix of things and they're not successful with their practical sessions. That's what I have from the BLS subcommittee. Do you want to continue on with the other thing? Okay. The other thing that Dr. Chismar added at the last meeting was there was two things. The request to the committee was to add CO detectors from an optional to a required item. That was something that was discussed previously that we've asked for them to do because of some issues that have happened with carbon monoxide calls. So they want the mini portable devices moved from optional to mandatory. And then additionally looking at adding CPAP as a BLS skill. They're definitely gonna have ample time to implement it. That was something that we agreed upon in our meeting last week. So it looks like July of 2028. Hence why Eric was speaking about adding some different devices that could be added to the 50/50 grant to be able to supplement what you might need to get the devices or get the proper equipment that you might need for that. And the last thing I'll say is, I don't think that Nurse Gilmore, Becky Gilmore talked about it, but please, please, please make sure your folks pick up backboards at shock trauma. They are ending up on private ambulances. They are ending up in homeless encampments. They are ending up as surfboards somewhere, who knows, or sleds as wintertime comes. Even if you have somebody going for a meeting in Baltimore, or if you have a region, Eric and I have gone down from Frederick and picked up ours, Washington, Allegheny, Garrett, and some neighboring surrounding counties. Please send your folks down to pick them up, and don't just check your locker, check the neighboring lockers, because sometimes the nurses or the staff at shock trauma might not know necessarily what region or what county a particular station is in, so they'll take their best guess and put it in a locker if they don't know. So please make sure to get those and pick those up.
Okay, just to add to the CO monitors, that's for the first in bags as a passive monitoring of atmospheres when you go in for like a sick subject, especially at like commercial establishments, warehouses and all. Sometimes, you know, you'll have CO, but it can also mimic and the meter will pick up hydrogen too. So as this comes out, everyone will be educated on how to deal with those when they go off. With situational awareness, you know, your folks need to be aware of what they're going into if they have, especially multiple subjects that are showing symptoms in a house or what have you, especially at night. So,
Hey, Wayne, is that going to be on the BLS units also? Because a lot of fire departments out our way have BLS, so they're going to be required to put the CO on their first in bag
It's
too.
currently optional. So
Yeah, right.
Move it to a required on any first aid bag.
Okay, so it will be under the BLS. Okay.
and what we've done in Cecil County, Hazmat takes care of it. They take care of the meters, calibrating them, and replacing them, and buying them, all that. So you might want to look to your DES folks and your Hazmat folks in your counties to start the conversation about how you're going to get these. We have the Tangos, so they were really much more reliable than the other ones we had. In addition to paramedic and EMT, I'm going to try to start marketing also for recruitment of nurses out there. to get that word out of how easy it is to go from RN to paramedic once they have their EMT, and try to get those clinicians out of the hospital and into ambulances and get the word out there when you're going out to fairs and what have you. Just, nurse stops by, you'll know what to present to them to say, this is how you can get to the paramedic level without having to go through a whole class.
Well, and just want to be clear, because the last meeting, they said, I think you said it was ALS only, but it is EMT reentry now also that you do?
Yeah, yep.
So you just take your 24 hours and take your national registry for reentry and EMT also, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Registered.
Good, thank you.
And if you've ever been a national registered EMR too, they can come back. I believe so, yes.
So those EMTs that were not required national registry 10 years ago still can't do it?
There is a pathway, I believe, for that, but it's easier if you have had national registry before. I'll check on that.
Yeah, please do, because we have a situation now that we're undergoing our operational list and chief officer, and we have some officers that are in the system, EMR, that were EMT, and if they can re-entry, that may be able to answer a few issues, being qualified countywide. So please, yeah, let me know on that, or let Gina know that she can get it out.
Okay, we will. And then the last thing that I have is EMT reciprocity. Again, experience in my fire company, we had a guy go to Lancaster County recently. He got hired up there, and they put him through, and he took the National Registry EMT exam. He got his fresh card and applied to be an EMT in Maryland. We got there, but he only got a year and a half. Then he has to take a refresher instead of 3. So I think we need to see Comar changed to give them 3 if they come in with a National Registry card. There's no sense in, if he took the class in Maryland, he got 3 years. Took the class in Lancaster County, you only get a year and a half. So it's not that, we're not running different programs now. It's on the national standard. So reciprocity should be under our guidelines 3 years. And I don't know what was changed in Comar in June, but I know our committee was not consulted about what was put through, at least on that particular issue. I don't know whether there's any other issues that were slid through or not that changed in Comar, but at least this is potentially one of them. But there was something in that particular standard on reciprocity that was changed in June. So I want to take a look into that. Next meeting of the committee is Moncton EMS on November the 8th.
My apologies, I did forget one thing with the BLS subcommittee. I am going to be reaching out to all of you folks for some help. There's been some confusion with people attending the BLS subcommittee that's monthly, sometimes bi-monthly, depending on what's going on and what's on the agenda. But there hasn't been consistent representation from within the counties. So it feels like a regurgitation whenever we start the meeting and we want to get through something and we're trying to be mindful of people's time. We have to bring people back up to speed because we're now having to explain to somebody that wasn't on the meeting before that is now on the meeting, and they're like, oh, well, where did this come from? Well, we discussed it at the last meeting. So we're working through you all to try and reach out to your counties to kind of see who we can get on there consistently, or so that we can maybe remove folks that aren't going to be participating with the BLS subcommittee, or adding people that we know are going to be consistent to show up and make sure that that information does get back. And the last thing that I'll touch on that we discussed is please, please, please make sure that your folks, and I know that we say this a lot, but they can recertify any time during their 3-year cycle. So if they get done, they can recertify, in the next year for the next cycle that they'll be expiring. So please encourage your folks to not wait until last minute. Right now, there's a little bit of a hiccup across the state because of the transition to the new program, There's some people that expired July 31st that waited until the 11th hour. They're now in a little bit of a mess because, you know, now there's a pause on some stuff to get the curriculum right and make sure that everything rolls out, which is fine, but they waited till the 11th hour, and now they're like, oh, what do I do? Well, they can file for an extension, absolutely, but they can also take the class during their 3-year cycle. So if there's a class that comes up and it works for their schedule, tell them to sign up.
Rick, did you have anything?
No, they got everything.
Susan?
Yes, thank you. I'm actually going to put the hat on as the vice chair of the ELS subcommittee. We are two, oh, sorry.
It's on, your talk, we hear you.
Okay. We're having the same struggle in the fact that our representation is not the same person each month. You have to, I'm not sure regurgitate, but you have to revisit everything that you're doing. It tends to slow things down because by the time you've gone through it all again, you're not offered the opportunity to move forward. So please make sure that your representatives that are coming are consistent because it will make things a little easier. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from members of the executive board? Thank you very much. Safety. John Black.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I did not submit my report in a timely fashion, so copies were passed out by Secretary Doyle Cox earlier today, so you should have them, but I will make sure that this does get submitted for the electronic archives when I return home tonight. The first safety committee for this year was last weekend at Huntingtown. I want to thank Dale Bowen, who's sitting behind me back there someplace, for helping me get that coordinated. It was great. I went home. That's where I started my career, so it was nice going back home for a change. The first thing we did while we were there is we did our internal discussion on the committee, or excuse me, on the convention for this year, because this year we changed it up a little bit. As most of you know, I did some of the initiatives in the morning talks with my little videos, which I got a lot of compliments back for. Thank you, Chip, for that. I appreciate it. And I got some others while we were there that weekend. But in addition to that, we did the first ever joint safety booth with the MFCA Safety Committee, which I'm the co-chair of, with my partner in crime, David Lewis, who's not here today. But it went very well. We got a lot of very positive comments. Thank you, Kate, for putting us next to the chief's booth and by the rural water supply. We were stuck in between them, and we got a lot of opportunity to speak with the operational side of the house while we were there. So that was all very positive. We gave out a lot of information. It was very appreciated. It was the first year that I've gone from start to finish as the committee chair, as I'm starting my second year, because this year I had to do the awards part, which it was all new. There's not a book that tells you what you're supposed to do. You just ask a lot of questions. But I would say this year, as in most awards, and as we were talking about with the parades and stuff, we're not getting as many submissions as we should. There's a lot of people out there that should be recognized. And a lot of the people on the safety committee are not eligible. So I'm in the process right now of writing an article that will go into the Trumpet, talking specifically about that safety award, because if you go back and look at the last, I think, 10 years, 9 out of the last 10 have all been from the same agency, because they got a committee that writes them and submits them. So we're trying to get that word out and self-advertise our own awards out there. In addition to that, that same article it'll be modified, but it's going to be put into the MFCA safety newsletter that gets published on 1 October. So it's going to go out in two different association publications to try to get the word out about the safety award. There was a missed date on the award this year, so We presented it, and then after we left the scenes, I took it back because I had to get it reprinted. The medal was repunched. It has been given to Mr. Reed. I met him last week. He does have the award now. So that has all been put to bed. Let's see here. Unfortunately, David Van Gasback, the co-chair of the committee, last 2 weeks, well, the week before our last meeting, called me and had to step down. There's been some, not negative, but some major life changes where he's around his grandkids have moved in with him and one of his daughters. So it's taken up a lot of his time, which I can fully understand. You know, if I have my grandkids, if I don't have any yet, but if I did, I'd want to take that opportunity too. So we're in the process right now of trying to find a new co-chair to be recommended to the president for approval. If not, I'll just keep pushing on and lean on my committee to help me until we find that time. Next, I'm still sitting on the Governor's Commission on lithium-ion batteries. I know it was touched earlier. That was a 2-year commission. We meet monthly. We're still meeting monthly. That meeting was 2 weeks ago. I can't really talk about it a lot because there's a lot of subcommittees, but the report is the subcommittees are right now doing their final writing to consolidate it all to be pushed up to the governor's office in December. And I really think that the fire service community, EMS community, and everybody else that's been involved with it will be very happy with the report as it comes out, with the recommendations. It's going to be written in the form of legislation to make it easier. So when they get it, if they want to do something with it, it's already formatted in that fashion. It doesn't have to be reworded. Are you tracking that still? That commission, Bob?
Very little.
Very little.
I was stuck with sprinklers.
You don't have to worry about batteries. We got
We
it.
took care of sprinklers.
We got it. You keep fighting with sprinklers. Let's see here.
We were waiting for the fire code to get updated.
Yes.
Now that it has been, we can start addressing it.
Yes, but it's coming, so it'll all be laid out for you already. Let me see here. The next 3 meetings, they're going to be in Washington County with Rick Blair. Then we're going to go to Cecil County to Northeast. And then we're going to jump to Ridgely and Caroline. The dates will be published next week. I've gotten the approval. We just got to lock down which day in that month. So that calendar will be coming out. I'll go to Kate so everybody's aware of it. That way we know now what they are for the rest of the year. Let's see here. What else is on my list? Chairman Phillips talked about the Maryland Department of Health grants for the cancer. When we did our meeting in the spring, we talked about that. We had a representative in from one of the testing companies. And a lot of us on the safety committee were not aware of that grant. The health department just didn't publicize it real well at that time. So it came up in that discussion. And it came up in the discussion about the process, as Chairman Phillips mentioned, about trying to get that grant money. So that was discussed at our meeting last weekend as well, just to try to get that out so departments know that it's out there. Because I don't think all of them know that. And I don't want to get into the cancer committee's weeds, but it was just thrown up on our radar because that's one of our goals is cancer prevention, and we weren't really aware of it. So, and then you got HB 459 too. I don't know if it's the same bill. Is it not? Do you know? 459 talks about, it's the James Malone Act.
That is an entirely different program.
Okay.
The James Malone Act.
Sorry.
With your permission, sir.
Yes, sir.
The James Malone Act was specific to career firefighters that worked for counties that were self-insured.
Okay.
The crux of that, the very short version of it is, if a county is self-insured, they had to provide cancer screenings for all of their firefighters at no cost to the firefighter. That was the first thing. The second thing is they had to do this for 2 years and provide a report at the end of 2 years reporting on how many people could have been tested, how many were tested, and what the results of the test was, as did they find an abnormality or not, and then a list of what these were. The object of that was to have a clear picture of the cancer risk for the state of Maryland. We can get this information for nationwide or other states. That doesn't necessarily mean that a report that came out of Iowa and the state of Maryland would be the same because of the differences of the environments that we are operating in. But that was a very different, same thing, cancer screening, funding at no cost to the firefighters. But that was a very, very narrow bill that just took care of that one spectrum of firefighter.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I just wanted to go over this one last thing. It was the vision of the committee, and then I'll ask, see if anybody's got any questions, and that would be it, sir. Or the mission or the vision based on the bylaws of this organization. We looked at it, and I just wanted to be clear because I get some of those calls too that, you know, I'm the extension cord police at convention. That's not my job. That's not my job. That's somebody else's job unless they ask us for help. They ask us for help, we're certainly going to help. But one thing is, you know, the committee is to inform, educate, and provide products to influence the climate of health and safety of this organization and its member entities. And the outcome is to be well informed on the current national and safety trends, which I think we do a real good job at, and utilize the expertise of our allied agencies to understand and foster a more safe environment. That's what I see our job is, and to provide those educational resources to our member organizations. That's what I feel the safety committee's job is. That was the consensus of us. That's in our vision mission statement within our slide deck that we talk about. But I just wanted to put that out there so we don't get in this rabbit hole that this is what we do. Now, talking about the subject earlier by Mr. Brooks, yes, I did make a note of that, and it will be discussed at my morning safety talk at convention, all 3 days. However many days I got to talk, it will be brought up because I agree 100% with the statement that he made. But pending anybody's questions, that's all I have. Gentlemen
Thank you.
and ma'am.
Members of the executive committee. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
At this time, we have roll order. Mr. Barry.
Good afternoon. Report submitted online electronically. So I don't have too much. We have 3 events coming up this fall. Hopefully we can get good attendance. Looking forward to them. Been doing a lot of planning for them. Otherwise, the treasurer requested an inventory, and that was turned in electronically as well. Questions, comments, concerns?
Anything from the members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, we have listed is the drone committee, but I don't think there's anyone here. Fire Service Personnel Group, I didn't see Bill Hildebrand. And Search and Rescue, Mike Berna, I didn't see him. Jonathan Dayton, would you come forward and give us volunteer trumpet?
So I prepared for you a 2-hour report.
But he's only been given 2 minutes to give 2-hour report in.
It's been filed electronically. Any questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Safe travels. Committee members, that concludes the business I had for today. I can continue into tomorrow if you want, or we can call it a day and you can go out and have the evening to do what you want. Chaplain Long is going to an event. He'll be happy to go with you and enjoy the evening with you. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hey, Mark, I just wanted to reiterate Charlie's comment this morning. I'm looking for anyone that has a Verizon hotspot that belongs to the MSFA. I need to replace it with an AT&T because the Verizons have a limited amount of data you can move each month. They're on that old plan from 20 years ago. So if you have or know anyone that has an MSFA Verizon hotspot, please ask them to call me, get it to me, whatever. Thanks.
Thank you. I got you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Earlier, I asked you if I could have a few minutes this afternoon before we broke.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, I ask your indulgence. I will not be here tomorrow afternoon. I've been asked that I bring this up, and I said I would. Station 51, Hoopers Island in Dorchester County, is going to at our meeting in December on Sunday, and I'm going to read this verbatim to you. I'll go into it. This has to do with a plaque. The Maryland Fallen Firefighter Memorial, there is a plaque there that is, if you can imagine, it's landscape. It's in horizontal form. There were two plaques that were originally built. One was horizontal, one was vertical, as in a portrait. The person that designed this now resides in Hoopers Island and is going to give it to the Hoopers Island Volunteer Fire Company, and they want to dedicate it to his name and to the memorial. That brings me to this. This comes from Tina Yinger. She is a member of Hoopers Island Volunteer Fire Company Station 51. The sculptor and artist will be dedicating a second plaque to the Hoopers Island Volunteer Fire Company December the 7th, 2025, since he has moved to the island, now part of the Hoopers Island family. Rodney, I take that to be the sculptor, will be presenting a short 5-minute film to educate and honor the first responders as an outreach mission to explain from the artist's view how he came up with the design and what each part of the design means. This is something the Memorial Committee discussed about doing an extension, recruiting and awareness to the fire and rescue services and how people put their lives on the line every day and some pay the ultimate sacrifice. This memorial is a reminder of their sacrifice and to the families left behind, and there's information on here as to the architect. I bring this up because they have asked that following our Sunday meeting at East New Market Volunteer Fire Company, the executive committee meeting, if members of this association and anybody else that's interested would find it that they could make their way down to Hoopers Island. Give or take, it's going to be about a 45-minute ride south of Cambridge. That's if the tide's not up. If it's up, it'll be a little bit longer. But they're asking that we would come down. They set this date knowing that we were going to be there. They were unsure as a date. They came to me about a month or so ago, and I gave them some information. And they've set this date, and they're putting it out. There will be flyers and whatnot. And they're asking that we could have our people come down for this dedication. I wanted to bring this out. I will not be here tomorrow to do it. I'd like for you all to think about it, and it would really, really be, make me a happy person to see as many people as we could have go down there. I don't know any more about it than what I've just told you, although they are very proud of the fact they're going to be the recipient of the only other plaque that has to do with that particular memorial. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to do that, and I just ask all of you to take that into consideration.
Is there anything you want to talk about your counties, since you won't be here tomorrow, for the round robin?
As far as the county goes, it's normal county business at this point in time. I'm going to bring up one short part about it I spoke about earlier, having to do with the cancer screenings. Not having all the information because the Maryland Department of Health, when I met with them at the MACO convention, I had almost a page of questions on their application process. I'm not going to get real lengthy on that, but some of it comes down to the fact, just like I told you, they only had 6 applications across the entire state for 10 grants. The grants are $40,000 apiece. The average fire company, and I don't care whether you're a career or volunteer, $40,000 will actually provide screenings for up to 160 members. I don't know if anybody's going to have 160 members they can get. So one of the things I've asked about, and I've been to my county government, I'm going to Talbot County government, we're going back and forth, is the ability of the county to actually get the grant process for their firefighters, or a county association to get the grant through them for the firefighters. Last year, Charles County, Mechanicsville got the grant. It was handled through Mechanicsville for the Charles County Volunteer Firemen's Association, I guess, because it did involve multiple fire companies. One of the things that we're discussing in Dorchester at this time, we'll be taking it up in October with Talbot, is the working between the county and the county association, the county health department, to provide some of the services that are required in order to get these grants. As I get more information, I'm told that we'll be having a meeting within the next week or so prior to the 1st of September. And hopefully they will have answers back on this. As I get them back, I'll get them out. They'll go to the executive committee, of course, but then try to get it all over the state. This is an important program. This is money we can have for cancer screenings and follow-ups. There's a lot of things that can come out of this. So Dorchester County Volunteer Firemen's Association, we're trying to work with the county at this point in time and with the county health department to see how all of these groups can come together to provide these services for our firefighters. And that, sir, would probably be the most important thing I'd have to say for tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Is there, Mr. Worthington?
You said in Maryland Memorial, I'm confused.
Yes, sir.
You talking about the memorial in Annapolis?
Yes, sir.
And he had a plaque?
It's got 2 plaques. It has a plaque there that I'm the messenger here. Evidently, they had 2 possible plaques. One was going to be a vertical plaque.
Who had them?
The man that designed it, sir.
Rodney Carroll?
Rodney Carroll. That's him. Yes, sir. Well, that's what it says. I don't know. I've never met the man. I just was talking with people from Hooper's Island. They were telling me about it. And when I told them at the county association meeting about us going to be in East New Market, that would have been in June, I was thinking. No, it was in August we did that. And so they set the dedication up for our meeting in December. But Rodney Carroll evidently made 2 plaques. And then the committee or somebody picked whichever one went there. And so the one that didn't go there, like I say, one was vertical, one was horizontal. That's the way it's explained to me. The horizontal one went there. The vertical one will actually now go into Hooper's Island at the firehouse.
I think his question is, do you have a plaque already inserted in Annapolis for Hooper's Island? We have
No, there's not one in Hooper's Island.
We have the large plaque that we paid for.
Right.
The big, like this.
Yeah. Well, take
with
yours.
Rodney Carroll's inscription on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. There was never, I don't know what anything else.
That's there.
Would you use the mic, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Mr. Cox used the mic so they can hear your comments, please. You're fine, Dean. You just need to talk.
At the time that he did that, I was treasurer of the foundation. And during the meeting, he presented 2 plaques, and we selected the one. Obviously, he kept the other one. And I would imagine that's the one he's talking about.
The other person. You said that, I didn't.
That's very debatable.
Okay, is it, okay. Excuse me. I guess it's about a year ago, Hooper's Island contacted me, Tina did, indicating that they had been contacted by Mr. Rodney with the presentation. And I thought it had already taken place, but it is come.
Did your group pay for that plaque that they're donating to Hooper's Island?
Yeah.
They paid for a plaque.
A plaque. That's
A
correct.
plaque.
Okay.
There was a plaque made
in a vertical format that was wrong, because it had to go on the wall, and the company had to go back and make a new one. So what you're talking about is probably the one that was in the vertical position that was incorrect to be placed at the memorial.
I don't know. I know vertical, I know horizontal. I know it's supposed to be like the one that's there now, but different. Not yet. I don't have a picture, but I'm supposed to get a flyer.
It was an incorrect plaque made for the memorial that would not fit. If that's what he's talking about, that's good.
All right, any other comments, suggestions?
Would anybody like to go down to see the second plaque dedicated? That's my question.
Yes, sir.
And not far from the firehouse is a very good place that you can have a nice lunch, brunch, dinner, or whatever you would like to have.
Okay. All right, is there any committee members that will not be here tomorrow that would like to report out the round robin? Yes, sir. Member Simpkins, go ahead, sir.
Family commitment already for tomorrow. Greetings from Baltimore County. We had our association meeting this past Thursday night, and Mr. Wayne Tome was there and announced his candidacy, and with unanimous vote, Baltimore County Volunteer Firefighters Association has endorsed Wayne Tome for the position of second vice president, MSFA, for next year. Also, specifically, not a lot of people get the morning paper, but my wife does because she likes to do crossword puzzles. So I pay the bill, no big deal. Anyway, the editorial page, number 12 of today's issue, volunteer firefighters deserve better equipment, was the editorial comment made by Mr. Frank Nyhoff Jr. from Sparrows Point. It specifically mentions Baltimore County regarding the boats, North Point, Edgemere, Bully's Quarters, and things like that. But this kind of like opens the door for what a lot of us have been mulling over and talking about regarding equipment. When I hear that you've got a $2 million tower, you know, it just boggles everybody. But I hope this opens some eyes. But if anybody makes any comments, you heard it here that whoever this Mr. Nyhoff is, and I am going to track him down and thank him. But this affects Baltimore County, but more so the state of Maryland and the services we provide. Open their eyes, people. We have to open their eyes. And I love the idea. Chip brought it up. Next year is a political year. They're all out there banging on your door looking for your vote. Well, you know, just throw it back at them. What are you going to do for the fire service? We're here 24/7, 365. How about you? Oh, no, you took a month off in August and you went somewhere. And then the head honcho of the state, you know, he goes to Japan or China or someplace. I don't know.
That was South Korea.
Yeah, one of them places. And yesterday morning's paper, there was an article, he overspent his trip by $72,000. So, I mean, that could, I don't know. Thank you all. It's a pleasure working with everyone here. And God bless and safe drive home. Oh, and thanks Pleasant Valley for this place. This is really nice. And the food was good, too, I'm telling you.
I've been told that you can leave your equipment, your stuff here. It will be safe and secured. Charlie Simpson will be here all night guarding it with a gun. Those of you that came, those of you that stayed, we thank you. We appreciate you. Please be safe travels, and hopefully you'll be back to see us tomorrow. The meeting will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Charlie, what time's breakfast? 7:30. If there's nothing else, we'll hear from the chaplain who can send us on our way.
Please join me in prayer. Father God, we thank you for this day. Father, we thank you for all the information that's been shared. And Father, we ask you to continue to watch after those who are responding on calls, protect them and guide them and bring them home safely. And Father, watch after our travels this night. And Father, those who are fellowshipping together, we ask you to be in their presence. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yes, sir. Good night. Thank you.
We adjourn?
Motion?
Second motion to adjourn. I got a second. I heard a second. I'll probably leave my tickets. Hey, Vic, somebody might take me to talk to Rich real quick about Atlanta.
Oh, we already did.
Did you? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
That's all right.
thanks. He said he's got to find one or something.
So you better quit getting the book and just, I won't want money into it.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, exactly, man.
Oh, this one is printed just last night.
No, when I came in this morning, I had 50 copies that I handed out to everyone with the new agenda.
But when did you make that up? And that's different than the one that you sent?
Yeah, because I made it up late last night. No, I don't know if I didn't give you one or you, I was told you. Yeah, I told Charlie when I came in. Well, Charlie called me and then I said, okay, but when I got here today, but like, yeah, so. Maybe they got a message or something. But see, like, that's what confused me. No, but yeah, there was a change. Yeah.
Because I saw Bridget.